Chapter 544. Blood, Fire, and Death. As the last demon fell, many of the survivors in the village knelt on the ground exhausted. Soren heard a stifled cry. A young man knelt in front of a broken body and cried in a low voice. This was his relative, and he should be his brother. The two were vaguely similar. Just now, in order to stop a demon's attack, his brother used his body to block a fatal blow for him. In the end, he was besieged by a group of dretches and was dismembered. The militia captain rushed to the burning house like crazy. After a long time, he came out with a cold girl's body. It was a girl with a delicate face. She had a cute round face with some small freckles. Her chest was stained with blood, and her left arm was bitten. Blood dripped down her cold arm. The militia captain's face was full of endless grief. He walked forward like a fool. A spark ignited his clothes, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. His eyes were full of pain and sadness. Someone immediately rushed to help him put out the fire. The middle-aged man stood still with his daughter's body in his arms. After a long time, only then did he let out an indescribable, beast-like growl, and no sorrowful cries could be heard. The middle-aged man knelt beside the girl's body and made a stifled beast-like sound. His hands hammered the ground and blood flowed out. The bones of his pale fingers could be seen. It was as if this could slightly alleviate the pain in his heart. A wizard whose face was burned beyond recognition stood in the same place. He silently watched all of this. His hands tore half of his hair that was burned and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Everything in front of him was so real. Soren heard a burst of painful cries. The quiet village in the fire gradually turned into ruins, and the survivors found the bodies one by one. Clang! The middle-aged man slowly stood up. He pulled out his sword and cut open his palm. Blood flowed down the blade. He held the sword with both hands and knelt down on one knee in front of the girl's cold corpse. He faced the sky and swore an oath of vengeance in a low voice. It was a language that Soren could not understand. It seemed to be the language of the Yadin people, one of the languages used by humans during the Arcane Empire. He wanted to take revenge on the demons. Although he couldn't understand this language, Soren knew what he was saying. He swore that he would slay demons for the rest of his life and never marry again. Until the moment of his death, he prayed to the war god, praying for the god's response. The scorched magus approached Soren and slowly handed a dark golden card to Soren. "Perhaps this thing should belong to you." The middle-aged sorcerer's expression was gloomy. He looked at the village that had turned into ruins in the fire, and his face was filled with endless self-blame. Everything in front of him was so real. Although he had completed the challenge, Soren did not seem to have much joy in his heart. He silently watched everything in front of him, and all this seemed to remind him of the memory of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Demons descended upon the human world. The demons of the bottomless abyss finally stopped the bloody war temporarily and brought slaughter and destruction to other worlds. Countless villages like this were destroyed, and cities with hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. At this moment, he suddenly felt that maybe the bloody war should not end, and the demons should continue to fight like this forever. A dark golden card. Soren felt the heavy texture of the card and silently watched the village in front of him. Just one or two middle-ranked Hezru, these cannon fodder that might not survive for more than a few minutes in the bloody war of the abyss, had destroyed a peaceful village just like that. At this moment, Soren could not even imagine what a terrible disaster would happen if the bloody war was stopped and the huge demon army began to attack other worlds. Everything in front of him gradually dissipated. As if everything was an illusion, a dream. A deep whisper sounded in Soren's ears. A disaster destroyed the home you lived in for a long time. The evil sorcerer summoned the demons from the bottomless abyss. The demons killed your family, your friends, and everything you were familiar with. With hatred and pain, you left your home and embarked on the path to an unknown place. This night has changed your fate. You became a wandering adventurer and bid farewell to the peaceful life of the past. You wandered the world, and you were no longer afraid of pain and death. However, you did not know where your future was, whether you would die in some unknown corner, and leave behind a pile of bones that were eaten by wild beasts. But today, you also understood that only great power could protect everything that you valued. Challenge completed. War chest simulation completed. Mission statistics in progress. Your alignment has changed to lawful neutral. Profession template unlocked. War chest item arcane card obtained. Mission evaluation, A+. Part of the access to the first floor of the war chest plane has been obtained. The current access areas are the Golem Factory, the portal on the first floor of the Wizard Tower, the first floor of the library, the Arcane Prayer Platform, and so on. Along with a weak magic aura, Soren slowly opened his eyes. Thaling 13 was still standing in the same place without any expression. He looked at Soren and slowly said, "Congratulations on completing the first level of the War Chest Challenge. Your current authority level is F-Class. The portal to the first floor of the Wizard Tower is on the left, but I suggest you not to go there. Because the commander of the Wizard Tower is Thaling 1. Without access to the core of the Wizard Tower, Thaling 1 to Thaling 7 will treat you as an enemy. The portal to the right is the Golem Factory. This is the Golem Factory on the first floor of the War Chest Plane. It can make earth golems and rock golems. In the library on the side, there are books left behind by the owner, as well as some golem crafting books. The Arcane Prayer Platform is on the inside. Using the power of the War Chest Plane, you can use a part of your soul to cast a legendary level prayer spell. You can only use it once. If you need to activate it, you can summon me. Congratulations on completing the challenge. I will wait for your arrival on the second floor of the War Chest Plane. A flash of magic light. Thaling 13 waved his hand, and a map appeared in front of Soren. The space on the first floor of the War Chest Plane was very wide, but there were not many buildings. Some places seemed to be off-limits to him. Since he had the right to move, Soren naturally had fewer restrictions. God's power, activate. In an instant, Soren's perception was clear of everything around him. There was a huge golem factory. There were many alchemy machines that he could not understand. There were more than 10 earth golems and rock golems that were not activated. There was a layer of magic restriction in the library. But it was not a problem for Soren. His figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared in the library. Introduction to Golem Crafting, Advanced Golem Crafting, Steel Golem Crafting, Diamond Golem Crafting, Core of Supreme Golem, Basic Introduction to Alchemy Rune. In front of Soren's eyes were thousands of books. Almost every book had a secret imprint. He casually flipped through it, and could see other people's additions. It seemed that this place was also open for arcanist apprentices. There were also some names left on it. The library was mainly filled with books on alchemy rune. And then there were some common and uncommon magic books. These included Melf's Acid Arrow, Melf's Minute Meteor, Improved Fire Breath, Malicious Transfiguration, and so on. But the most eye-catching books were the ones placed at the top. Advanced Battle Mage. Fighting Techniques of Bigby's Protective Palm. Advanced Battle Mage. Combat Application of Bigby's Flying Palm. Advanced Battle Mage. Casting Techniques of Isaac's Missile Storm. Advanced Alchemy Rune. Magic Construct. Soul Infusion. Advanced Battle Mage. The Art of Binding Shadow Tentacles. Chapter 545. The portal was close to the side. Soren hesitated for a moment, and decided not to enter. Looking at the difficulty of the battle chest plane, the Wizard Tower might be even more dangerous. This place could operate for thousands of years, and still maintain the energy conversion. It was definitely close to the level of the floating city. Maybe it didn't rise to the sky for some reason. So it avoided the catastrophe of the Arcane Empire. Although Soren was in the form of a saint, there were still many ways to kill him. A super mana pulse cannon might be able to kill him. There was no need to take such a risk for quick success. The most eye-catching place on the first floor of the battle chess plane was the Arcane Wishing Platform. This was a mysterious alchemy process that he couldn't understand. Its function was to draw the power of the half-plane to cast the wishing spell. Wishing spell. Legendary level spells could also be understood as wishing spell, paying a certain price to fulfill one's own wish. This wish included resurrecting someone who could be resurrected, obtaining a large amount of wealth, restoring one's own ability, canceling a certain disaster, or even increasing one's own strength. In theory, wishing spell could make any wish, but it was hard to say whether it would succeed or not. Soren didn't use wishing spell much. So when he came to the wishing platform in front of him, engraved with countless runes and surrounded by a strange energy halo, he didn't know what to wish for. Resurrecting someone? Soren didn't seem to have anyone he wanted to resurrect at the moment. In exchange for a large amount of wealth, he was the master of Motor City, sitting on the richest sea route in the material plane. He had enough wealth, so there was no need to waste a precious opportunity. Finally, after thinking about it for a while, Soren could only think of two uses. One was to use wishing spell to remove the curse on the high priest. Because the lowest level summoned by wishing spell was a demigod, it was possible to remove the curse left by the Queen of Spiders. But the probability was estimated to be only 50-50, because the Queen of Spiders was a great god. The second use was to rely on wishing spell to increase the basic attributes. This was the most desired way to increase the attributes of the adventurers. Wishing spell could strengthen the internal attributes, but it could only reach a maximum of 25 points. And it required a large amount of soul energy, which may cause one's own level to drop. Moreover, relying on wishing spell to increase one's attributes would cost more. At most, someone relied on wishing spell to increase their basic attributes by 5 points. The price he paid was not small either. Moreover, the wish spell needed to be negotiated with the Jinn elemental. They would distort the meaning in various ways, or only achieve the literal meaning. If the person was not smart enough, they might directly be confused by the contract. In the end, he paid a huge price, but he did not get the result he wanted. Only spellcasters who were smart enough and knew how to make contracts could sign the contracts they needed with the elemental genie. Soren did not think for too long. He quickly made up his mind. If he could only use it once, then the best way to use it would be to increase his intelligence. Soren's current intelligence stat was 24 points. If he used the wish skill, he would be able to increase his intelligence to 25 points. This was the most effective enhancement for him. It was equivalent to a bonus of 2 profession levels. Are you ready? Thaling 13 appeared next to the wishing altar. It looked at Soren with calm eyes and said slowly, "The legendary wishing spell has an extra cost. Even if you can draw the power of the half-plane to complete the wishing spell, you still need to complete the negotiation with the Jinn elemental. What you can get depends on you. If you are ready, then I will activate the power of the wishing altar." Soren nodded slightly and said, "Let's begin." A light of magic appeared. As Thaling 13 activated the power of the wishing altar, the arcane crystals around suddenly shone with a strange light. Then a low sound of chanting sounded. The legendary spell began to draw the power of the half-plane. The surrounding space gradually distorted. As the power of the spell converged, a formidable divine power shrouded the semi-plane. Elemental deity. Soren instantly felt a very powerful divine power gathering. Then in a gust of wind, a hazy shadow appeared. She looked like a woman, but her body was only made of wind elements. She looked at Soren with calm eyes, then waved her hand and took out a quill and a contract. She said in a calm voice, "Are you summoning me? A new deity? The half-elven deity, Soren? What are your wishes and prayers?" The wind elemental deity. Soren had forgotten a very important point, that was he was also a god. If he launched the wish spell, it was possible to directly summon the 4 elemental gods. There were many powerful beings in the elemental plane, from the Jinn elemental to the Jinn elemental, and then the oracles of the elemental deities, and so on. If one's strength was enough, it was possible to directly ask the elemental deities to appear. I should have asked the high priest to come. This was the first thing that came to Soren's mind. But seeing that Soren did not respond to her, the wind elemental deity, who had great divine power, seemed to feel a little impatient. She looked a little unhappy and said, "Hurry up and say your wish, or I will leave immediately." The wind elemental deity, Arcady, greater divine power. She rarely responded to the wishing spell in the multiverse. If she did not feel the divine power in Soren, she would never appear here. There was no time. The wishing spell had no binding force on such a powerful being. As long as she was unhappy, she could leave at any time. So after Soren thought about it, he immediately said, I hope to improve some of my abilities. The wind elemental deity looked at Soren and then slowly said, Is that so? What abilities do you need to improve? This is a contract. Write down your wish. Soren carefully took the contract. There was some incredible power in it. A contract was a transaction. Soren carefully imprinted his request on it with divine power. After reading it 3 times to make sure that there were no loopholes, he handed it to the wind elemental deity in front of him. Increasing intelligence? The wind elemental deity's mouth curved up slightly. She seemed to let out a light laugh, like a spring breeze. Then she picked up a quill and quickly wrote down the content of the transaction. Then she handed it to Soren and said playfully, You need to pay a part of your soul power. If there is no problem, leave your soul mark on it. Soren took it again and looked at it carefully. He looked at it 5 times in a row until he was sure that there was no problem. Then he left his soul mark. Very good. The wind elemental deity gently waved her hand, and the mysterious contract dissipated with the wind. Then a divine power fell on Soren's body. At the same time, his accumulated slaughter EXP began to be consumed rapidly. A row of data appeared in front of him. You used the legendary spell, Wishing Spell. According to the content of the contract, you will pay a part of your soul power. Your soul power will be converted into slaughter EXP. You use 200,000 slaughter EXP. Permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. Contract completed. Wishing spell effect activated. Ritual completed. Permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. Your intelligence has reached 25 points. You have obtained the legendary ability, Epic Intelligence. Epic Intelligence, legendary ability. You have an extraordinary ability to understand spells. No spell model can be difficult for you. Your memory and analysis abilities have been further improved. When casting a spell, you can fully understand and analyze the structure of the spell. This allows you to perfect and modify certain spells. In any test of spell penetration, you will permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. The ritual ended. Soren didn't feel much change, but his intelligence attribute had indeed reached 25 points. This was the maximum attribute that could be increased by the wishing spell. The contract is complete. The wind elemental deity, Arkady, who had great divine power, glanced at Soren. Then she chuckled and disappeared with the wind. The great divine power that shrouded the half-plane also dissipated. The elemental deity rarely cared about other things. Everything that happened today was just a small interlude. She only appeared here because she rarely encountered gods who would use the wishing spell. Chapter 546. Some of the things in the war chest plane could be taken away. After Soren completed the prayer, the first place he went to was the golem factory. It looked like a factory in the interstellar era. There were mysterious crystal pipes on the walls, which were connected to the elemental pool of the war chest demiplane. Most of the energy in the demiplane was drawn from the elemental plane. The Arcane Empire had a special energy supply technique, just like how humans used electricity in his previous life. The energy supply of the Arcane Empire maintained the normal operation of a huge floating city. In front of Soren, there were many puppet parts, most of which were parts of the clay golems and stone golems. The parts, including the head, arms, limbs, torso, and so on, were all piled up in the golem factory. There were also completed golem puppets next to them, but most of them had lost their functions. Soren had just finished looking at the basic process of making golems. With the understanding of gods, he clearly understood the process. So he began to assemble these simpler parts, and finally completed a clay golem with the help of the golem factory. The most difficult part of making a golem was not the alchemy rune, but the infusion of soul energy. Any golem was an alchemy life with simple intelligence. They could complete some relatively simple tasks according to their own intelligence level, including guarding, cleaning, fighting, and so on. Soren was one step away. That was to inject soul energy into the golem. This required a soul shard, an important currency from the lower planes. Souls were a special kind of wealth. The god of death kept the souls in the multiverse from being overly plundered. They decided where the souls went, and even the gods did not dare to challenge their responsibility. However, there were too many souls in the multiverse, and there were still countless ways for people to obtain souls. Spirit trapping was a spell created by wizards specifically to obtain the power of the soul. It could trap a soul in a crystal and extract it when needed. Devils loved soul shards very much. This was the most valuable and popular currency in the Bator Inferno. Soul shards had a considerable purchasing power in the Bator Inferno since childhood. A devil was willing to pay a huge price in exchange for a legendary soul shard. Soren already had a small piece. These were the lowest level of gray soul crystals that came from the ghosts that I had killed before. Undead had an extremely small chance of dropping impure soul crystals. These soul crystals were incomplete soul power, but they could be used in many ways. A clay golem of the lowest level. It also required the consumption of a complete soul shard. Because the spells used to imprison souls were all mid-grade and high-grade spells, there were very few soul shards circulating in the material plane. For Soren, this crystal was a great item that could directly absorb slaughter EXP. Therefore, in the past, many adventurers called it an experience gem. Unfortunately, a soul shard that could provide thousands of slaughter EXP was worth hundreds or thousands of Kindler coins. Only the richest people could afford it. There were still soul crystals left in the golem factory. Unfortunately, the number was quite small. There were only 7 small soul shards that came from the souls of certain creatures. Even small soul shards required the souls of professionals. Even if the souls of ordinary people were extracted, they could only obtain gray crystals. Within the entire multiverse, the best place to purchase soul shards was the Bator Inferno. On the first floor of the Bator Inferno, there was a place dedicated to soul trading. Many merchants and powerful wizards from all over the universe would trade soul shards there. A low-grade soul shard could only activate 1 clay golem. After it was completed, it would have a certain level of intelligence. In the future, it would rely on elemental charges to maintain its energy consumption. The soul shard was like the smart chip of the brain, and ordinary charges were only used to maintain the operation of the body. A complicated magic circle appeared. Soren slowly extracted the energy of the soul shard, and then injected it into the clay golem. Finally, a slight noise was heard. The clay golem slowly opened its eyes and said, "Master, what can I do for you?" Soren walked around the clay golem that was about 2 meters tall in front of him. This kind of golem was not afraid of piercing damage because it was originally made of mud and could be repaired. It was not very useful in battle, but it was the most commonly used assistant of the wizards. The clay golem could be upgraded, but it required a higher level of alchemy. It could also be further upgraded, but it may need the blessing of an animated construct. "Clean this place." Soren glanced around and said, "Clean the entire golem factory." The clay golem's expression did not change at all. It just replied, "Yes, master." Soon, it began to pick up tools to clean the entire golem factory. The value of souls was to give them intelligence. Spellcasters could inject some other intelligent programs, but it would consume a lot of energy. It seems to work well. Soren glanced at the clay golem that was busy cleaning, and began to assemble other golems. The number of golems in Mordor City was not enough at present. Whether it was in Gloria's laboratory or other places that required a lot of labor, golems could replace other people very well. They would not get tired. As long as there was energy, they could work all the time. The clay golem seemed to be the lowest level golem, but their challenge level was not low either. They were basically level 5 or above. And their strength could reach more than 20 points. Their weight was more than 600 pounds, and they needed the blessing of animated construct, animated construct, animated construct, and so on. A good clay golem may need to consume materials as high as 10,000 Kindler. Soren could easily assemble it because there were complete materials here. The challenge level of a complete clay golem was 10, and it would cost about 21,500 Kindler, and it must consume soul energy equivalent to 1,500 to 3,000. Slaughter Express Soren was not used to extracting his own soul energy, so it was better to use soul crystals. The golem constructs here were very advanced. The clay golem made by ordinary wizards could not speak, but the one in front of him could speak, which meant that the parts left in the golem factory were good goods. The second golem was a stone golem. This was the main part of the puppet golem, and it was also one of the most useful labor. A complete stone golem was about 3 meters tall, weighed more than 2,000 pounds, and had a challenge level of 11+. It had good resistance to physical and magic, and its strength could be modified to more than 30 points. Although the stone golem was a bit clumsy, it was not weak in battle. The stone golem in front of Soren was all magically modified granite. It not only needed a lot of spells to make it, but it also needed to be blessed with an anti-magic field, which could make it resistant to many low-level spells. A top-level stone golem cost about 50,000 kindler to make, and it had to pay 3,000 to 6,000, slaughter express equivalent of soul energy. For now, those who owned stone golems were all intermediate and high-grade wizards. They served as bodyguards and important labor. Stone golems could easily lift more than a ton of heavy objects. Many high-grade wizards liked to use them to build wizard towers. The core large labor force that Mordor needed now was stone golems. After all, it was very troublesome to rely on human bodies to carry many things. Above that was the iron golem, which was a high-level product. With Gloria's status in the Witch Council, there were only a dozen iron golems. And this was still the property of the Witch Council. A top-level iron golem had the ability to single-handedly fight against mechanical armor, and it might even be more powerful than this. Note: the stone golem parts needed carving and stone masonry, so it took a lot of time to make a stone golem. It could only be mass-produced during the Arcane Empire. The greatest value of the golem factory in front of Soren was that it could automatically produce 2 kinds of stone golem parts. As long as Soren prepared the materials according to the requirements, the golem factory could automatically operate and produce 2 kinds of low-level stone golems in batches, eventually providing him with a batch of combat power. According to his preliminary calculations, relying on this golem factory, he could reduce the cost of manufacturing to half of the original. The iron golem already belonged to the intermediate and high-level puppet golem. Making the iron golem not only required the activation of the construct life, but also the use of limited wishes. At present, it was estimated that it was not possible. Maybe there was a manufacturing process in the half-plane and other places in the wizard tower. After all, what Soren encountered in the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower was even more terrible diamond golems. There must be a process to make diamond golems here, but Soren did not know where it was. This was also the reason why he avoided direct confrontations as much as possible. He was worried that if he destroyed something here, he would not have the ability to repair it. Keep them as much as possible, and then master the knowledge of these high-level alchemy processes. Everything here was more advanced than the Witch Council. In the future, he might be able to rely on them to get rid of his dependence on the Witch Council. Soren still preferred to rely on himself for everything. He made 7 stone golems in one go. Soren finally used up all the materials in the golem factory. These puppet golems should not be underestimated. In addition to their huge labor value, they could almost single-handedly fight a small army. Everything here was an important secret. In particular, the golem factory could not be known by the Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance. So the next thing to do was to let Gloria and Fallen Witch come over, and let them personally decipher the mysteries of alchemy. The books in the library could also be taken away. Soren was going to take them out first. However, when he saw the last book, Advanced Combat Mage, The Art of Binding Shadow Tentacles, at this time, Soren thought about it and put it away. It was better not to let them see this book. Chapter 547. Mordor City, Forbidden Area. Heavy golem puppets walked out of the portal. After leaving the war chess plane, Soren actually felt a trace of mental fatigue. It seemed that the war chess simulation challenge consumed a lot of mental energy. If he felt tired even in the form of a saint, then ordinary people and professionals would have to rest for a day or 2. This kind of mental feedback meant that too much mental energy was consumed. It seemed that the war chess simulation was not a pure illusion. Now that he had obtained the authority of the first level of the war flag plane, the next thing was to hand it over to Gloria and Fallen Witch to study. It was best to take down the golem factory as soon as possible. Mordor City should also have a golem guard. However, at present, the golem puppets should be used for work. Mordor City needed high-end labor, especially recently. Soren's construction plan had entered the stage of building a dam. Early in the morning, the residents of Mordor City woke up from their sleep, and a busy day began again. Now the internal expansion of Mordor City was about to meet the needs of the population. The next step was to slowly transform the surroundings, and then open the market area, commercial streets, entertainment venues, and so on. The scale of the blacksmith shop was further expanded, and Mordor City seemed to have plans to develop military weapons on a large scale. Outside the south gate was a small canal dug out, and on the side was the biggest project in the second half of the year. Mordor City was going to build a reservoir to ensure the irrigation of crops. Wow! What is that? Is it the legendary golem? It's so tall. It's so strong. There was a burst of exclamations, and the busy crowd in the morning stopped. In front of them were tall golem puppets. For ordinary people, golem puppets were very rare. Even professionals rarely encountered golem puppets. This kind of thing was so incredible in their eyes. It was like humans seeing robots for the first time. The clay golem's labor ability was slightly worse, but the golem's labor ability was quite amazing. A stone that weighed more than a ton was easily lifted by the golem. These golem puppets that did not feel tired greatly improved the efficiency of work. According to this progress, the reservoir and moat could be built in a month or two at most. Water, fire, earth, and chi. Under Gloria's suggestion, some changes were made to the layout of the complete city of Mordor. The moat represented water, and a high slope would be built on the side of Mordor, which would be the location of the Wizard Tower in the future. This represented earth, and then the blacksmith shop would eventually lead to magma. This represented fire, and finally the power of chi. This was a little secret. In the end, everything was completed. The city of Mordor would form a small magic lock due to the power of arcane magic, covering the entire island. The climate would become much better all year round, and it would have special defensive abilities. However, it might take a long time for all of this to be completed. It was estimated that the cost of Kindler might reach more than 6 million, and the time span might be between 5 to 10 years. However, according to the original plan, every time a part of Mordor City was completed, it would receive additional buffs. If possible in the future, Soren still hoped to be able to set up a large magic circle in the city of Mordor. The reason why the Witch Council could last so long was because of the protection of the magic circle. No matter how history changed, as long as the magic lock was not broken, the Witch Council would always be able to leave behind a legacy. Time passed by day. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the military parade in Mordor City. A large number of elite fleets gathered near Mordor City. This news attracted the attention of the entire south coast. Many forces sent spies to see what Mordor City was going to do. Her Excellency the Eye of the North came the day before. She stayed in Gloria's lab last night. It seemed that she was surprised by Gloria's progress during this time. In order to ensure that the secret of the Shadow Plane would not be leaked, Soren had to leave a divine barrier there. In this way, even legendary spellcasters could not enter without alerting him. Anyway, it was better to be prepared. The next morning, the grand military parade began in the port of Mordor. The whole port was crowded. Tens of thousands of residents of Mordor City came. There were also many outsiders and businessmen who came to watch the fun. The Mordor City guards had to more than double the number of guards to maintain law and order. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of 3 salutes, the dull sound of the horn echoed over Mordor City. For a moment, everyone was quiet and involuntarily turned their eyes to the high platform in the center. Soren's figure was sitting in the center, next to Gloria, who was the hostess of Mordor, and then the legendary Northern Witch, and the Princess Royal of the Frost Kingdom. Princess Royal's expression was very calm. She just watched everything quietly. Occasionally, her eyes fell on Soren, and then there was a faint dissatisfaction on her face when she turned to Gloria. Although she objected to Princess Anna and Soren being too involved, She was a little unhappy when she saw Gloria sitting next to Soren as the hostess. An impassioned melody sounded. In the middle of the road of Port Mordor, a group of heavily armed soldiers appeared in a neat pace. At the front was the Drow Guards. Although many people had seen them before, many people were still surprised when they saw them appear. The owner of Mordor City seemed to have really accepted these drows. The most incredible thing was that the drows, who were known for their treachery, seemed to have integrated into Mordor City. They were changed by the Order here and gradually adapted to life in Mordor City. They were wearing dragon leather armor. The leader was a drow warrior with a strange scimitar on his waist. Behind him were teams of drow rangers. They held their heads high and strode forward, seemingly ignoring the surprised or frowning eyes around them. They had also shed blood and sweat for the rise of Mordor City. Unlike those stubborn female drows, many of these male drows had participated in important battles, which made them find a sense of belonging and identity. They could confidently tell anyone that they had contributed to the rise of Mordor City. They had comrades, brothers, and friends who died for Mordor City. They had bled and been injured for Mordor City and Soren in battle again and again. They were part of Mordor City, and no one could deny their contributions. And it was this that allowed them to integrate into Mordor City. Behind the Drow Guards, there were groups of well-equipped elite pirates. There were a total of 7 phalanxes, led by the pirate leaders under Soren's command, including the half-elf first mate, Cyclops, Scarface, Giant, Knight, and so on. Among them, the most well-equipped were the half-elf first mate's men, and the most murderous were the Giant's men. Because of his relatively strong combat power, he had always been Soren's #1 fighter in hard battles. Groups of elite pirates passed by. Boom, boom. With the sound of the second round of cannon salute, warships appeared in the distance of Port Mordor. At a glance, it was all over the place. He didn't know how many battleships there were. Anyway, when they gradually approached, the entire sea area near the port of Mordor was filled to the brim, and it was almost full. The crowd around the ceremony was dead silent. Even the Eye of the North and Princess Royal had a trace of surprise on their faces. The emissary sent by the Temple of Wealth was shocked because the inland trade was affected by the war. Now sea trade had become an important key to maintaining the trade, clergy of the Lady of Wealth. The power of Mordor City shocked him. Such a huge and terrible fleet was enough to sweep the entire sea of the material plane. The dragon-headed warship appeared. The dragon head hung on the huge warship, and the powerful artillery made many people who were secretly peeping frown. The dragon-headed warship appeared. The medium-sized warship that had just been completed by the Temple of Sea was enchanted with the power of the dragon bones, and had the same combat power. A trace of fog appeared. In the center of the sea outside Port Mordor, the sea separated in all directions, and then a dark mast rose. Finally, the figure of the ghost ship was looming in the fog. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, thousands of cannons were fired, and the warships docked in Port Mordor opened fire at the same time. The sound of artillery fire drowned out everything, and many people even stood still in place. Smoke filled the air. Just when many people who were secretly investigating the strength of Mordor City were stunned, a dragon's low roar suddenly sounded over Mordor City. The figure of the Quetzalcoatlus appeared. For some reason, its body had become larger and larger, and its wingspan was almost more than 15 meters. Quetzalcoatlus appeared one by one. There were a total of 7 of them. The leading Quetzalcoatlus was the largest, and the following ones were much smaller. They flew over Mordor City, then circled in the sky, and then flew in the direction of the sea. Shock. At this moment, even the residents of Mordor City were shocked. Then they were excited, proud, and secure. Everything they saw in front of them told them that Mordor City was powerful and capable of facing any challenge. An invisible force gathered. It was like the power of faith, but it was also like other forces that gradually gathered on Soren's body. He felt something. In an instant, a row of data prompts appeared in front of him. Law transformation. Self-integration of law power. You have obtained some information about the rule domain. Law transformation. Self-integration of law power. You have obtained some information about the order domain. Information prompt. the domain information prompt of rule and order. At this moment, Soren suddenly had a realization in his heart. He seemed to understand where the domain of the gods could come from. Chapter 548. Bottomless Abyss, the third layer of the Forgotten Land. There were many places in the abyss that were not ruled by a demon lord. The main reason was that these places were too chaotic, and the environment and value were not high enough. Therefore, the powerful demon lords did not intend to choose these places. In the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land, the situation was similar. The original demon lord here was the Arrogant, a powerful demon that was once locked in the well of darkness. Unfortunately, as the name implied, it was too arrogant and died in the Abyss Blood War. Now the Forgotten Land, the third layer of the abyss, was a very chaotic place. There were many demon lords here, including the succubus Queen Mechanut, the Knoll King, Yeenagu, the Tauren King Buffet, the Undead King, and so on. Even the great matriarch of the Beholder quietly sent a group of Beholder to dig holes and build a nest here. It seemed that they all wanted a piece of this territory that did not have an absolute master for the time being. Legend had it that the Forgotten Land was cursed. The reason was very simple. This layer of the abyss had a main branch of the Styx River. The land here was permeated by the power of the Styx River. If a soul was reincarnated in this layer of the abyss, then the memory of the previous life would be almost forgotten. That was why this place was called the Forgotten Land. The things in the whole plain could not be eaten because some food was affected by the water of the Styx River. After eating it, it was possible to forget what happened yesterday. However, the demons did not have too many concerns. Anyway, their nature was very chaotic. It was okay to forget a little as long as they still remembered how to fight. Beside a gray river in the distance, a middle-grade demon with a dark red body and a bare chest appeared. It had a thick demon horn on its forehead and a pair of demon wings on its back. It looked a little different from other demons, but not many people cared because there were many demons that looked strange. The one in front of them just looked more like a human. Sauron carefully left the water of the Styx River, then threw a bag of disaster coins to the Ross demon in front of him. These neutral evil demons like to make deals with demons and devils. Because of some of their innate abilities, many of them became ferrymen of the river Styx. Only with the help of their power could one cross the river Styx without being affected. The tributaries of the river Styx were spread all over the Bottor Inferno and the Bottomless Abyss. The Forgotten Land was Sauron's first stop. He had to travel a long distance to the next section of the river, and then directly reach the 14th level of the Bottomless Abyss, the Steam Swamp. Aonababa also walked down the stairs. She stared at Sauron with vigilance, her ugly face filled with fear. She was a plain merchant who sold goods between the Bottor Inferno and the Abyss. She also seemed to be a wizard who was proficient in necromancy. No plainer merchant was simple. Sauron had no intention of causing trouble. He quickly left the place and followed the Styx into the depths of the Forgotten Land. This was a war-torn territory. The war between the demon lords had increased the demand for weapons and ammunition. The Onababas, Night Witches, and Wrath demons were all active here. There were also some mercenaries who were not afraid of death. Occasionally, one could meet adventurers from other planes. Anyone could meet in the Bottomless Abyss. Because this was the most chaotic place, it also had the highest possibility. There were strange plants all around. The desolate land did not have many nutrients. Some of them were even mutated to the point that they could absorb the power of the river Styx. There was a kind of forgetful grass here. If one accidentally ate it, they might die. If they did not die, they might forget something. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion suddenly came from the front. Sauron frowned and stopped in his tracks. Then he carefully took a look. Speak. Do you know who I am? Sauron's face showed a trace of surprise because the person in front of him was not a demon. Or rather, there was a person who was not a demon. She was a girl with a very delicate appearance. She had silver-white skin and was only about 1.6 meters tall. Her hair was light blonde and she was dressed in Gothic clothing. Her face looked a little babyish and belonged to the category of small round faces. There were traces of stitches on her arms. This was not a human. She was an alchemy construct life. There was no heartbeat or breath. It was a special creature that could only be created with the help of the legendary life animating construct spell. There were 3 small and delicate puppets floating around her. They were vaguely similar to her face. They were about 15 centimeters tall, and held a knight's spear in their hands. The puppets looked expressionlessly in front of them. There were demon corpses riddled with holes on the ground. No. I don't know. Facing the cute little girl in front of him, a berserk demon replied with a terrified voice. Emph. The delicate girl in the rune dress frowned and snorted coldly. So ugly. It's better to just die. A cold light appeared. A puppet turned into a shadow in an instant. Then the berserk demon in front of her fell to the ground with a bloody hole where its heart was. One of the surviving demons was missing. The demons that were blocked here were trembling in fear. It was not that they did not try to escape or fight back, but it seemed that no one succeeded. The girl's eyes turned to a male succubus and a female succubus. The 2 succubus were scared and couldn't help but get close to each other. They almost hugged each other. A pair of dogs. The girl snorted again and frowned. Just burn them to death. Flames appeared. The girl with the adorable round face snapped her fingers, and a raging fire appeared in an instant, burning the pair of succubi in front of her to ashes. Mournful screams rang out in all directions. Emph. You're so ugly. It would be better to just die. The girl shook her head and said to herself with some distress. And you don't know who I am? Damn it. Oh. Who am I? What's my name? Why can't I remember at all? After thinking for a while, the girl suddenly clapped her hands. Her silver-white palms made a sound of metal colliding. She had an evil and chaotic smile on her face and said, Forget it. Don't think so much. Go to hell, you bunch of ugly dogs and bitches. Boom. 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 Terrifying pyroblast shrouded in front of them. A large group of demons was directly burned into ashes in the flames and explosions. Not far away, Sauron's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and ran without hesitation, ready to leave from another direction. This was clearly a legendary-grade alchemy construct. He didn't know which legendary spellcaster's masterpiece it was. How did it appear in a place like the Abyss? Chapter 550. Shipwreck Bay. In just a few days, the news about the military parade in Mordor spread. People were talking about the spectacular scene that day, but as the news spread, it became more and more ridiculous. Some people said that they saw a super battleship with hundreds of cannons. Some said that they saw a terrifying sea monster on the bottom of the sea. And some said that Mordor raised a large group of wyverns. All kinds of messy news spread everywhere. And there were signs that it was getting more and more ridiculous. For example, the appearance of the drows made many people with bad intentions say that Soren had a huge harem. It was full of seductive female drows. And he had to sleep with 10 of them every night. Of course, all of these were actually insignificant matters. What was really troublesome was that there was a vague saying that began to spread in the south coast and surrounding areas. The full name should be called the Mordor Threat Theory. There were many big forces behind it, even some duchies in the south. The Mordor Threat Theory had spread to many places, which caused many lords to be hostile to Soren, thinking that the rise of Mordor might threaten their rule. There seemed to be a new round of struggle breaking out in the dark. However, Soren would not waste too much energy on such a small matter. He was dealing with an important matter himself recently. An important matter related to the gods. Or rather, he was personally welcoming the arrival of a god. On this day, the entire city of Mordor was on high alert. Although there was nothing on the surface, the number of guards in the dark had increased by more than 3 times. Not only did the Mordor city guards receive the task, but even the half-elf church had secret arrangements. Because on this day, a big shot was coming to Mordor. Or rather, on this day a deity arrived. In fact, when Soren saw the young woman with a smile in front of him, he was full of disbelief, but in the end he bowed slightly to express his respect and said slowly, "Goddess of agriculture, the city of Mordor welcomes you." The incarnation of the goddess of agriculture was a young woman with an ordinary appearance. The incarnation of a god could change her appearance at will, What was really amazing was the aura she had. It was a kind of aura that made people feel warm, peaceful like a spring breeze. It was like the embrace of Mother Earth. Even Soren felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and peace around her. This was the power left to her by Mother Earth. Since this powerful ancient god retired, the goddess of agriculture had taken over part of the divine title of Mother Earth. Don't be so nervous. The goddess of agriculture smiled slightly, and her smile seemed to warm everything. Her unassuming face at this moment also seemed to be devastatingly beautiful, with the purest radiance of motherhood. The power of Mother Earth. She had merged with the power of the earth. Even the gods could not resist her vitality of agriculture. Even the gods could not resist her vitality. As a very young new god, the goddess of agriculture had only been born for less than 2,000 years. She spent a long time learning how to control her own power at first, and then began to expand her domain and took the goddess of river and lake as her own god. Then she developed her own Church of Agriculture on the basis of the original Church of Mother Earth. The Church of Agriculture had a wide influence in the whole plain, and was loved by the droll. Most of the ordinary people believed in this goddess. The annual harvest festival was prepared for her. Many droll believed that the key to the balance between man and nature was food. As long as people could easily fill their stomachs, they would not wantonly destroy the natural environment and destroy the ecological balance near the gathering place. Therefore, the Church of Agriculture had the power of droll, second only to the droll church. Among the followers of the goddess of agriculture, there were at least 2 legendary priests and 1 legendary droll. This was the foundation of the old gods' churches. They were responsible for protecting the incarnation of the goddess of agriculture. Although this goddess was very powerful, she was not good at fighting. She was more willing to promote some more beautiful things. Although she mastered the divine title of agriculture, this goddess belonged to the divine system of nature. My mother also protected the half-elves. The goddess of agriculture sat down gracefully, looked around casually and slowly said, "I feel the power of order here, and a new balance. This is a great achievement." The half-elves once believed in Mother Earth, for a period of time. The core alignment of the goddess of agriculture was neutral. Whether it was neutral, good, or absolutely neutral, the goddess of agriculture understood that only by maintaining a neutral attitude could she promote agricultural development among many races. This goddess was quite good. This was because her core doctrine had only been one for thousands of years, and that was to let everyone fill their stomachs. She hoped that this would reduce the chaos, strife, and slaughter in the world, and maintain the balance of the entire natural world. There were many adventurers who followed this goddess, mainly because she was very approachable and had a good temper. Unlike other gods who were narrow-minded, this goddess's mind was as broad as the earth. Yes, her mind was really big. Soren glanced at her quietly, and found that it was no wonder that so many people were willing to follow her at the beginning. As a goddess, she was very broad-minded. Even when an evil race encountered a famine, they could still gain the mercy of this goddess. This was because she always believed that many of the conflicts in the world occurred because there was no way to fill the stomach. As long as everyone could eat, then the disputes in the world would be reduced, the conflicts of nature would be reduced, and the new balance could be maintained. She did not have much ambition, but her ideals were more noble than any god. It was just that this goddess was not good at fighting, and there was no way for her to intervene in the internal struggles of many races, the alternation of power, and the rules of governance. So her core was to vigorously develop agricultural technology. This should be the only god in the whole multiverse who wanted to climb the agricultural technology tree and change the whole world by improving productivity. Soren had a good impression of this goddess. Because she was willing to take the risk to come to Mordor in person, it meant that she valued Soren, and there was only one thing that attracted her attention in Mordor. That was fertilizer. Agricultural production had always been limited by land. The whole world's structure determined that high-end agricultural technology was difficult to promote, and the cost was too high. Just like the god of knowledge once wanted to vigorously popularize knowledge, but he was soon blocked from all sides. The church, nobles, the royal family, and so on. Even ordinary people refused to learn knowledge because in a poor family, a 7 or 8-year-old child was a usable labor force. It was very unreliable to give up labor to support their learning. In the end, the large-scale distribution of Enlightenment books failed, and the God of Knowledge's energy returned to preserving knowledge. He knew very well that without a sufficient level of civilization, knowledge was difficult to promote. I have a premonition that a disaster is coming. The incarnation of the goddess of agriculture looked up at Soren, and then said with a serious expression, "As a new god, you should also be aware of it. That calamity could affect the entire multiverse, and chaos and calamity would often bring about famine. It can be imagined that famine will make the whole world more chaotic and turbulent, and everything will fall into a frenzy of killing. The little thing you found gave me a little hope. If it can be vigorously promoted, it may be able to slightly reduce the extent of this disaster, at least to ensure that many innocent people can survive." The goddess of agriculture did not say to stop the disaster because she also felt that the Avatar crisis was irreversible. She hoped to develop agriculture to ensure that famine would not spread and ultimately reduce the damage caused to the whole world by the Avatar crisis. This was also an important reason why she came to Mordor in person as a goddess. However, if she really wanted to vigorously promote fertilizer, the costs must be greatly reduced, and there may not even be much profit. After all, the civilians who were responsible for more heavy responsibilities did not have much savings. Transporting fertilizer out of Mordor, and then popularizing it to the civilians involved a very complicated network of relationships. Soren pondered for a moment, then got up and said, "My lady, please come with me." Chapter 551. The Avatar Crisis. For a long time, everything Soren had done was to deal with its arrival. Although the Avatar crisis was full of great opportunities, if possible, he still hoped to reduce the disaster it brought. The arrival of the goddess of agriculture made him realize that he might be able to change the trajectory of the world a little. If the production of food could really be increased, then when the Avatar crisis broke out, there would not be so many people starving to death because of famine. Even if it was just a few more survivors, it would be very meaningful. Therefore, Soren took the goddess of agriculture to the third largest laboratory in Mordor City, which was the territory of wizard Saruman. As a wizard hired by Mordor City, he had now officially become a member of Mordor City. After witnessing the rise of Mordor, as well as Soren's ascension, and Gloria's advancement into a legendary witch, he would be a bit of an idiot if he still didn't choose to join. Because of the source of wealth provided by Treasure Island, the gray-robed wizard Saruman had been living a good life recently. He had a new alchemy laboratory. He had spare money to buy materials, and assembled a clay golem as an assistant. He also expanded the size of his apprentices. Some time ago he brought back 6 low-grade wizard apprentices from the north. Now he could do his own research most of the time. If it weren't for Soren's increasing demand for fertilizer, forcing him to improve his alchemy method, he would probably be able to break through the field of high-grade wizards. Saruman's talent for magic was not high, and his innate intelligence was far less than a genius like Gloria, but he was very talented in alchemy, and he seemed to have obtained some interesting research results. Saruman's laboratory was the only small alchemy factory in Mordor City that was not so heavily guarded. Except for the core laboratory where he conducted his research, there were many magic traps set up, and other places were visited by officials of Mordor City once a day. Mordor City needed spellcasters. Anyone with talent would be selected. They didn't need to be very powerful, as long as they could advance to become wizards. The alchemy laboratory needed a large number of wizard apprentices to work. After 3 expansions, Saruman's laboratory now occupied nearly 5 acres of land, including the breeding room, alchemy room, apprentice area, library, and so on. Saruman was also completing his own private collection of books. Every month he would go to Gloria's library to borrow some books and copy them down to fill up his own library. When necessary, he would use them to educate his apprentices. When Soren arrived, Saruman immediately received the news and came out to welcome him. When he saw Soren accompanying him, the expression on his face was quite shocked because he couldn't think of anyone who could make Soren, a god, accompany him in person. Then he saw the symbol of the Church of Agriculture, and a lady who walked in front of the group to observe the place. She was an ordinary-looking lady. However, there was a mysterious aura around her body. Saruman seemed to have thought of something, and his body involuntarily trembled. A trace of panic appeared on his face, and he deeply lowered his head to express humility and respect. His Excellency City Lord is getting more and more incredible. Even the goddess of agriculture came in person. Was it because of those things that he found troublesome? Saruman always thought that he was a bit overqualified. After all, he was an alchemist with good ability. His daily task was to make improved fertilizers, expand the production scale, and occasionally enchant to make some extra money. This job was relatively easy, but he always thought that he didn't fully use his talent. But when he saw the arrival of the goddess of agriculture today, he suddenly found that he was wrong, very wrong, quite wrong. The incarnation of a god came in person. And she came to Mordor just to see the things that he was responsible for. The hidden meaning was too great. Lady, please. Soren made an inviting gesture, and then gave Saruman next to him a wink. There wouldn't be anything unclean inside, right? He always knew that Saruman was doing some special research, including the mutant plants in the tropical rainforest. Some time ago, there was a worker who accidentally touched a man-eating flower, and half of his arm was directly bitten off by the sharp fangs. He had to ask a priest to perform the magic of broken finger regeneration. Studying mutant plants was nothing. Soren was afraid that Saruman would accidentally anger the goddess by studying the dark taboo. Saruman shook his head gently, indicating that he didn't touch those dark areas. That was a relief. As long as there was nothing dark taboo, there would be no problem. After all, the goddess of agriculture had always been neutral. The goddess of agriculture slowly walked into the cultivation room. She glanced at the mutant plants planted inside with a surprised expression, stretched out her white slender fingers, and touched them gently. These aggressive and dangerous plants all became obedient after she appeared. Some even swayed slightly, as if to please the goddess. She was the master of plants. Although her divine title was agriculture, the goddess of agriculture could control any plant. The goddess of agriculture chuckled, like a spring breeze, and whispered, "Interesting little things. Maybe they will be useful in the future." She waved her hand gently. Seeds fell into her palm one by one. The goddess of agriculture put them away, then smiled and said, "Very interesting research. Maybe you will have something in common with Kaladag." Among the entourage, a legendary droll was also surprised and bowed slightly when he heard the words. Many of the droll were masters of botany. Saruman had been studying these mutant plants. They were indeed dangerous and had strong vitality. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't move, many of them would be above level 5. These plants could be used for defense, but they couldn't be used for offense. Soren had been letting Saruman do his research. It was not that he didn't have the intention to use his research results. Today, he didn't expect that the goddess of agriculture would be interested in these plants. The laboratory was very busy. The more farmland Mordor reclaimed, the greater the demand for fertilizers. The south coast had opened up a market. At present, fertilizers were a source of income for Mordor. There seems to be a shortage of manpower. The goddess of agriculture just glanced at them and frowned slightly. The manpower in front of her could not meet her requirements for promoting new agricultural farming. Fine farming, use fertilizers, and expand production. The Temple of Agriculture had a good influence on the entire material plane, and the scale of promotion was obviously very large. Yes. Soren nodded slightly and replied, "Because the production requires a little foundation of spellcasters, we can only use apprentices at present. If we want to expand the scale, we may need more manpower." Speaking of this, Soren couldn't help but look at the goddess of agriculture in front of him. Manpower. Mordor had a natural high-quality fertilizer reserve. Even if it was fully developed, it could be used for more than 10 years. At that time, they could definitely research alternatives, but now they could only rely on manpower to accumulate production. Since the goddess of agriculture had the idea of promoting new farming, she naturally needed to support it. With the current power of the Temple of Agriculture, it was obviously easy to pull out a group of spellcasters. Soren needed her to provide enough manpower. It's a very simple principle. The legendary Droll, who had been standing in the entourage, came out. He glanced at the alchemy device in front of him, and understood all the principles at a glance. He walked to the goddess of agriculture and whispered, "It just needs a little spellcasting ability. If there are raw materials, even Droll apprentices can do it." Droll was also a spellcaster. There were many Droll apprentices in the Temple of Agriculture. They could be used to replace wizard apprentices. Is that so? The goddess of agriculture stood in place and thought for a moment. As if she had thought of a suitable way, she smiled and said, "Mr. Soren, I think we should go out and talk alone. Maybe there is a way for you and me to reach a win-win situation." Soren smiled and nodded. In fact, he had already guessed something. It was nothing more than selling fertilizers to selling raw materials. For him, as long as he could make money, even if he couldn't make money, it was good to have a relationship with the goddess of agriculture. After all, she had two golden thighs behind her. One was the retired Mother Earth, and the other was the great divine power, Lord of Light. The background of this goddess was not simple. Chapter 552. The arrival of the goddess of agriculture was just for fertilizer. After visiting Saruman's alchemy laboratory, she left a legendary priest behind. The next cooperation would require a bishop or above to be in charge of it. Then, Soren took the goddess of agriculture around the city of Mordor. As a god, the goddess of agriculture was not the same as other gods. She belonged to the kind of standard farming faction. She had her own church area inside the mainland, and she had been operating for a long time. Both nobles and civilians believed in and loved her. The goddess of agriculture was very interested in the planning of Mordor, especially when she saw the square farmland outside the city of Mordor, all the irrigation ditches arranged neatly, and the moat dug around the city and convenient for water diversion. The goddess of agriculture could not help but show a faint smile on her face. As a god, she would also incarnate to other places. But in her not short memory, she rarely saw a place like Mordor where everything looked so neat and clean. Even the farmlands were connected together. And when the breeze blew, boundless waves of golden wheat could be seen. This beautiful scene was her favorite scenery to see. Soren's layout was all completed according to modern standards, but the labor mainly relied on manpower. Every 300 meters, irrigation ditches with a width of half a meter were dug, directly connected to the river, and later to the reservoir. As the terrain gradually rose, the second batch of reclaimed land was also similar to the structure of terrace fields. The neat terrace fields were planned layer by layer, and there was a reserved road next to it. It was not completely completed at present, but it would definitely be another beautiful scene when it was cultivated in the second year. Great! The goddess of agriculture looked at everything in front of her, turned her head with a smile and said, "I can feel that these lands are full of vitality, and there will definitely be a bumper harvest next year." If the goddess of agriculture said that he would have a bumper harvest, then he would definitely have a bumper harvest. Soren bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "I have also prepared a little gift for you." The goddess of agriculture smiled and raised her finger, and soon a droll came over with a wooden box. He gently opened the box, and there was a pile of grain inside. The old droll nodded slightly at Soren, then said respectfully, "This is the result of our recent research, an improved wheat seed." Master Droll had even been blessed by nature for completing it, and had thus evolved into the legendary Droll. As long as they are properly cultivated, their yield can be increased by more than 30%. If they are combined with fertilizers, the yield should be about 50% higher than other high-quality wheat. The church has already sent a ship of seeds, but it will take another 2 or 3 days for them to arrive. A new seed. Seeds from the Temple of Agriculture, improved by those master botanists like Droll. Soren smiled and gestured for the guard next to him to take it, then smiled at the goddess of agriculture and said, "Thank you very much." Improved crops. It should be able to bring a lot of value to the city of Mordor. It seemed that the goddess of agriculture was well prepared this time. Sir Soren. The goddess of agriculture maintained a friendly smile. She turned to look at the temple and said slowly, "Maybe we should find a quiet place to talk about how to cooperate." Soren nodded and said, "Yes. This way please." The next day, the incarnation of the goddess of agriculture left the city of Mordor with her entourage. In private, she reached some agreements with Soren, not only about the reform and promotion of agriculture, but also about some fields of the gods. But since it was an agreement between the gods, it was naturally a secret. Except for Soren himself and the goddess of agriculture, no one else should know. Everything in the city of Mordor had returned to the right track. The huge navy had been transferred to other places, and only one warship formation was left in the port. As long as the ghost ship was here, there was no need to station too many navies. The development of the treasure island had completed the basic part. The first batch of mined gold had been sent to Soren, but because everything needed to be kept secret, the progress was still relatively slow. Here was a continuous source of funds. As long as the mining was reasonable, the treasure island could guarantee the funding of Mordor for at least 30 years. So Soren doubled the garrison there to ensure that the operation of the gold mine would not encounter any problems. Gloria and Fallen, which were studying the golem factory in the war chest plane. According to Gloria, the most valuable thing in the golem factory was not the alchemy equipment, but the stable energy pipeline installed inside it. The crystal magic energy transmission pipeline. This kind of thing was like a stable cable, which could provide energy to any alchemy device. So if the mystery could be solved, Gloria could arrange another energy channel. A stable energy supply. One of the most beautiful features of the arcane era was that as long as there was a stable energy supply channel, Mordor could easily become a city that never sleeps. With a little energy, the magic crystal lamp could be maintained for a long time, and it could be connected to the lighthouse in the port area, eventually forming a huge magic energy transmission circuit, transmitting stable magic energy to any corner of the city. In this case, Gloria could even use it to block the space of Mordor and set up a large magic circle, so that other spellcasters could not cast spells here at all, artificially forming a kind of anti-magic area. This was a technology that the Wizard Alliance mastered after hundreds of thousands of years. But if the mystery of the stable operation of energy could be solved, Gloria might be able to do this. Soren began a new round of busy research. The plan to clean up the indigenous people was still slowly advancing, and the divine power of the main body was still accumulating. Soren studied the advanced combat mage, the art of binding shadow tentacles. When he finished the analysis of this book, he would continue to study the spell model and combat skills of the combat mage's signature skill, Bigby's 5 consecutive palms. A lot of news came back from the mainland. Some people said that they saw the Lord of Dawn appear in St. Light City, and some people said that they had met the incarnation of the goddess of love. But most of the news was about the Lich. Compared to the incarnation of the gods, ordinary people were more afraid of the Lich. The Lich had always been a boss-level villain in the mouth of Ainshur. Time went by little. Soren's attention also turned back to the Abyss, looking for an opportunity to advance his demon incarnation into a demon lord. Only 1 in 100,000 high-grade demons could become an Abyss lord. He now needed a little bit of luck, a little bit of opportunity. If there was none, he had to create his own opportunities. The Abyss had all the possibilities. Chapter 553. You won't be able to control my fury. Bottomless Abyss, the third layer of the Forgotten Land. Sauron left quietly from the side, but just as he was about to move, the Rune Girl suddenly turned around. Then, a teleportation spell appeared, and she appeared directly in his sight. Huh. The Rune Girl tilted her head and looked at Sauron. She curled her lips and said, "There's actually a fish that escaped the net." Boom. Flames ignited on Sauron's body. Many battles in the Abyss did not require a reason. He slowly pulled out a flaming sword, and the raging flames on his body turned into a flaming whip. The enemy was quite powerful. Alchemy constructs with this level of intelligence were basically at the legendary level. They were like the top intelligent robots in this plane. Even when they were created, They were directly given a soul by the legendary life animating construct spell. Oh, the rune girl's expression seemed a little surprised. She clapped her hands excitedly and said, I didn't expect you to be able to catch fire. You're so much more pleasing to the eye. Let's just not kill you. The rune girl seemed to be completely fearless as she came in front of Sauron. She tilted her head and looked at him. The silver-white skin seemed to be made of mithril. He did not know which master-level spellcaster made it. Just by looking at Sauron, he could tell that the rune girl in front of him consumed more than 3 million Kindler coins. This was probably not the standard of this era. The girl in front of him could be an alchemy construct from another era, but there seemed to be a problem with her soul. Hey, you're actually not ugly. The rune girl clapped her hands excitedly. She was almost talking to herself. She circled Sauron and nodded. Very good. I like roasting demons the most. Why don't you be my servant? Sauron did not answer. He just clenched the sword in his hand. He was a god. How could he be someone's servant? Even if he was a demon incarnate. I don't want to. There was a hint of disappointment on the girl's round face, but it quickly disappeared. She blinked and asked, What's your name? Her eyes were very beautiful, as if they were gemstones. No, the eyes of the rune girl were a pair of beautiful gemstones, mysterious and dreamy. It was impossible to determine what they were made of. Sauron's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He shook his head and said, I forgot. The girl looked at him in surprise. Her voice was a little low, but she quickly recovered and said, Have you forgotten? I've forgotten a lot of things too. Those ugly bastards said that this place is called the Forgotten Land. If you stay here for too long, even if you don't do anything, you will forget some things. I don't remember anything. But you can call me Xiao Yuan. Look at my face, isn't it round? Kiki. When I woke up today, I was thinking that a person must have a name. Since I've forgotten everything, I'll give myself a name first. Those demons' names are so ugly and hard to remember. I always forget things, so I have to give myself a name that is easy to remember. Hey, hey, hey. Say something, will you? Why aren't you talking? Do you have a name? If you don't, I'll give you one too. Look at you, you're on fire. How about Xiaohua? The rune girl seemed to be quite talkative. However, it seemed that she was not hostile for the time being. At least, she did not intend to fight with Sauron at the moment. This made him relax a little. However, Sauron felt that the way she spoke was a little strange. There was an indescribable feeling. Hey, hey, hey. You're so boring. It's so hard to meet someone who's not ugly and can talk to me. I didn't expect you to be so boring. The rune girl kicked a stone away. The stone shot out like a cannonball and directly pierced a small hole in the rock in front of her. Sauron's heart suddenly thumped. Let's go. The rune girl was troubled for a while, then clapped her little hands excitedly and said, Since you don't remember anything, you might as well go to the Galumba arena with me. I heard that it's the most interesting arena here. Sometimes you can even meet a demon lord participating in the competition. I've met so many demons, but I haven't killed a demon lord yet. Hey, hey, hey. Are you mute? Say something. If you don't say anything, I'll get angry. Zoro was taken aback when he heard that. Then he seemed to remember something and murmured, Abyss Arena? Maybe it's a good place. Okay, I'll go with you. The rune girl clapped her little hands excitedly and nodded. Okay, then it's a deal. Let's go, let's go. I'm already a little impatient. Right. What's your name? Sauron's footsteps suddenly stopped, but the rune girl didn't ask again. Instead, she skipped all the way forward. Occasionally, when she saw the reincarnated abyssal worms here, she would curl her little mouth in dissatisfaction and say, So ugly. It's better to just die. Squish. She stepped over and directly stomped the abyssal worm to death. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The rune girl's abnormality became more and more obvious because from time to time, she would ask Sauron, What's my name? Or what's your name? When night fell, the two of them rested. Sauron almost didn't sleep for the whole night. On the contrary, the rune girl lay on a smooth stone cut with her fingers and slept soundly. The next day, she woke up early and opened her eyes to look at Sauron in front of her. The rune girl suddenly frowned and said, "Who are you?" A murderous aura filled the air. Sauron seemed to have guessed something, and was almost ready to fight in an instant. At the same time, there was a wry smile on his face. Sure enough, the abnormality discovered yesterday was confirmed today. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the Golumba arena. Ha! The rune girl's murderous aura gradually converged. She tilted her head and looked at Sauron and murmured, "You look quite familiar. Have we met before?" I don't seem to remember anything." "What's your name? Do you know who I am?" "I don't remember at all." "Right. I have to give myself a name first. What should I call myself? Alice? Barbara? Or Angelina?" I keep feeling like I'm forgetting something." "Forget it. Let's give myself a simpler name. From now on, I'll be called Little Yuan. Look at my face, isn't it round? It's very cute, right?" "Huh. Why aren't you talking?" Hey. I won't kill you. Say something? What's your name?" Chapter 554. Angry, sad, and crazy. Whether it's a human, a ghost, or a demon, it's just that the heart has a demon debt. Hey. Say something. You're not a mute. What's your name?" "My name is Xiaoyuan." "You're so boring. Say a few words with me." Under the gray sky, two figures, one big and one small, were moving forward on the barren land of the Forgotten Land. The rune girl reminded Sauron of the brass dragon he met. If the two of them got together, they should be able to chat for a few days and nights. Since ancient times, chaos has produced amusing people. The Golumba arena was in the south of the Forgotten Land. There was an active volcano nearby. Many demons gathered here, some for trading, some purely for killing and satisfaction. There were many arenas like this in the abyss. The demon lord encouraged his demons to kill each other to level up, but there were not many arenas that were truly large-scale and had order. The Golumba arena was the most famous arena in the upper abyss, because there were powerful demon warlocks who set the rules here. The rune girl seemed to be very talkative. However, many of them were repetitive. Sauron was sure that there was something wrong with the part of her soul that was related to her memories, but he did not know exactly what the problem was. This was because other than the top arcane spellcasters, even the gods might not be able to fix the problem in her body. It was like a robot that used an optical computer suddenly began to lose its memory storage. It was a very complicated and troublesome problem. The rune girl's mood was changeable, but fortunately, she seemed to remember Sauron and did not have any hostility. In the morning, she was lively like a little angel, but in the afternoon, she pouted her small mouth and was unhappy. The reason was only because she stepped on an abyss worm and spilled blood on her shoes. And on the way, a Hezru scolded her as crazy, even though the Hezru had been roasted into a pile of charcoal by her. Her mood was very unstable. The rune girl seemed to have lost her memory or fallen into memories and so on. Her mood became easily affected by the outside world, even if it was just a few simple words or a very ordinary scenery. Sauron could not understand. However, he knew that the young lady in front of him had lost herself. She couldn't find her own direction, which was why she would sometimes fall into deep thought. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall much. Soon, she would even forget what she had just recalled. "What's your name?" Bored, the rune girl kicked a stone away. She had a bad memory. Sometimes, she would even forget what she had just said. The only thing she retained was her battle instincts. Sauron had just seen her take on an intermediate to advanced Hezru. She was just toying with the enemy. The Hezru did not even have the ability to resist. Terrifying speed, terrifying power, and terrifying destructive power. Her body was as light as a feather, but she could easily shatter solid granite with a single stomp. She could not remember anything, but she could use all kinds of top-notch fighting skills at will. She could even forget her own name, but she knew how to make the most sophisticated and high-end alchemy dolls. Even Sauron could not understand her mysterious and complicated craftsmanship. At this moment, he was really curious about who had created her, and what was the purpose of creating her. This was a terrifying killing machine. It was also the most high-end alchemy construct Sauron had seen so far. Perhaps it was not as powerful as Thaling 13, but its craftsmanship was definitely more amazing than Thaling 13's. The Rune Girl was not happy. Her happiness and unhappiness seemed to come very quickly. Her emotions were like clouds in the sky. One moment, she could be smiling and cute, and the next moment, she would destroy everything around her with a livid face. She liked to remember, liked to be in a daze, liked to roast demons with fire, and liked to say, "Ugly people should just die." Her will was very weak. Because she had lost herself, the power of the bottomless abyss had affected her soul. The aura of the Forgotten Land made her lose even more. Sauron did not even know how long she had been wandering in the bottomless abyss. She was like a lonely ghost. Demons on the way could recognize her. They turned around and ran away in fear. Sometimes, the Rune Girl would chase after them and burn them to death. Sometimes, she would just continue to walk forward in a daze. Hey. What's your name? People can't be nameless. If you don't have a name, how about I give you one? How about Little Flame? The only thing that did not change was that she seemed to like to talk. As long as she was not unhappy, she could always talk a lot. Maybe talking could make her calm down. Occasionally, she would act cute and let Zorro praise her for her beauty. If he didn't praise her, she would get angry and kick the stones around her. The small stones were like bullets that shot out, hitting the surrounding area with holes. The Rune Girl's petite body had at least 25 points of strength. In the afternoon, after the Rune Girl repeated her words many times, Sauron finally spoke slowly. "Sauron. I'm Sauron." A pause. The Rune Girl was startled for a moment, then tilted her head and said, "Sauron? You're Sauron?" "Yeah. I'll remember it. I won't forget it again." Sauron's expression was a little complicated. He nodded silently. Night fell. The Rune Girl found a place to rest. As an alchemy life form, she had a very regular schedule. As long as she wanted, her white fingers could turn into incomparably sharp blades and easily cut through solid rocks, smooth and flat as if they had been polished. It was the same as yesterday. The Rune Girl in front of him quickly fell asleep, but Sauron did not. His expression was a little complicated. The sky was getting darker. As an alchemy rune life, the girl in front of him did not have any breathing or heartbeat. Sauron was not sure if she was really asleep or not. He carefully got up. Then he quietly walked outside. He was ready to leave this place. It was too dangerous. This Rune Girl was too dangerous. Zorro wasn't even sure if she would remember him when she woke up the next day, or if she would kill him with a knife. He did not want to die without knowing why. Leaving was the best choice. The Rune Girl could not even remember what happened yesterday. With her chaotic nature and changeable emotions, she was a ticking time bomb. Sauron was going to leave. He was going to quietly leave here and go on the road alone. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, suddenly there was a sad voice behind him with a sobbing tone. "Are you leaving? I knew you would leave. Don't go, okay? I know I always forget a lot of things. But I can still remember things from 1 or 2 days ago. If you're with me every day, I'll definitely remember you. Don't go, okay? Little Flame." Sauron's body stiffened, and then there was a trace of a bitter smile on his face. She had forgotten her name, but unexpectedly she still remembered the name she wanted to give to Sauron. Chapter 555. What do I seek in my life? Where my heart is at peace is my home. The bottomless abyss, the third layer. The demons living in the Forgotten Land seemed to forget things easily. It was just like the blessed land bliss. Any living creature with senses in the bliss would have to go through a test of will due to pleasure. Otherwise, they might be trapped by the entire plane and gradually assimilated by the plane's rules. It was said that any pleasure obtained in the land of bliss was double the critical hit. So the multiverse never lacked creatures who accidentally entered and were trapped there. The Forgotten Land also had similar rules, but with Sauron's will, he could basically ignore them. The water of the river Styx flowed in this plane. The third layer of the bottomless abyss was an important transit station. It could connect to many lower planes of the abyss, and was the main route to the first layer of the 10,000 Abyss Plane. This floor was a messy place. Not only were there all kinds of demons, but there were also some creatures from other planes. However, many of them had been demonized. There were also many creatures of the neutral evil alignment living here. Wrath demons, night witches, Anubabas and so on were the most common demons of the lower planes. Order and chaos were at war, but the neutral evil alignment was like a fish in water. Sauron hurried on in silence. Beside him was a lively girl in a construct outfit. She seemed to have forgotten what had happened in the morning, and was talking to herself all the way. Although Sauron didn't say much from beginning to end, she seemed to be in a good mood today and didn't kill the ugly demons when she saw them. The rune girl's memory was short. Sauron didn't know how much she remembered. Most of the time, she acted entirely based on her feelings. Her happiness was short. But her troubles were also short. A volcano appeared in front of him. There were many volcanic terrains in the bottomless abyss, perhaps because it was too close to the lower planes. Many demons' fire resistance was cultivated in this way. However, the volcano in front of Sauron couldn't be easily approached, because it was the land of Lost. A tributary of the Styx River flowed near the volcano. It was unknown whether it was because of the geothermal heat or some other reason, but the water of the Styx River, which had always been stable, would slowly evaporate in the vicinity. Then, any creature that approached the Styx River might be affected by the water of the Styx River. Those who were mildly affected would be poisoned and forget some things, while those who were severely affected would be lost in it until they died. Even high demons rarely went near them. However, Sauron should be less affected, provided that he activated his body of flames. This was a chain of volcanoes. About 100 or 200 years ago, there had been a large-scale eruption. Most of what was seen today had been rebuilt. The master of this place was a newly promoted demon lord. There were many demon lords in the abyss, but those whose names had spread to other planes were mostly powerful existences that occupied a certain level of the plane. The demon lord of the Golumba arena was a demon goblin warlock. He was like a small landlord in the countryside, and only had a little reputation in the nearby plains. In the arena, Sauron was very interested in this and even considered building an arena himself in the future. Not only the abyss, but he was also interested in inviting existences from other planes to participate in the arena duels, because if used properly, it could bring him a lot of fame and benefits in the future. Demon lords were very powerful. Although they had a chaotic nature, they maintained their own order and rules. The most basic rule. It was because they had absolute authority in their own territory, and everyone had to at least respect the rules set by them. Near the Golumba arena, the biggest rule was that private duels were strictly prohibited. Any battle could be solved in the arena, and there could often only be one living winner in a game. Miamed Calamity Coin. Mutant Goblin. Demon Lord. Challenge level 21. A town appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. The demons' buildings were full of steel and destruction. There were patrolling demon guards, but more of them were a kind of mutant goblin with dark red skin. They had been eroded and assimilated by the power of the abyss. The goblins had a chaotic nature to begin with, but their profit-seeking nature still established a certain degree of order and law here. The Ross demons liked to trade with them, and the night witches occasionally brought goods from other planes. If the chaos points in other areas could reach more than 50 points, then the chaos points in the Golumba arena were only about 10 points. Fighting must be punished. The favorite punishment of the demon goblins was fines. As long as you could pay the fine, they would wait for you to finish the fight, and you were welcome to fight again. But if you couldn't pay the expensive fine after the fight, then congratulations, you would be unlucky. You would face a group of well-equipped demon goblins with tacit cooperation. This group of dark red-skin goblins were often criticized by the demons as greedy and cunning like a group of devils. Mercenary. This was the rule of the Golumba arena. Here the Calamity Coin Kindler was the most popular thing. Not many demons dared to blatantly cause trouble here because the demon lord here, Miamed Calamity Coin, had roped in an abyssal demon dragon. It gave 1/3 of its annual wealth to the abyssal demon dragon, turning it into its closest partner and the #1 fighter of the Golumba arena. The most eye-catching place here was the huge circular arena in the center. Anyone could participate in the competition here. There was only one rule here, and that was the death arena. There were a lot of casinos in the town. Intermediate and high-grade demons would come here from time to play, and occasionally they would fight themselves. The winner would be rewarded. The chaotic nature of the demons made them very fond of bloody slaughter. So whenever a high-level death arena began, there would always be high-grade demons appearing, and it might even attract other demon lords. There were all kinds of challenges here. In order to please the bored demon spectators, from ghouls, ogres, demon-hunting spiders, two-headed wyverns, and sometimes even creatures from other planes would be secretly transported here. Slaughtering angels was the most popular death arena, but only in very rare cases could one encounter angels who were captured and thrown into the Galumba arena. Demons would occasionally appear. Fallen angels would have a small chance of being teleported to the arena to kill some powerful demons, or be killed by some powerful demons. This was the Galumba arena. The bottomless abyss, the third layer, the forgotten land, the most active, rich, and interesting place. It was also called the death arena. Chapter 556. In this mercenary land, there was nothing but profit. All the buildings were built around the Galumba arena. The left side of the arena was near the flat ground, and there were shops opened by Ross devils, Onababas, and night witches. The right side was the arena's registration area. Every day, there would be various demons, evil spirits, and abyssal species joining the arena. In order to maintain the prosperity of this place, the goblin demon lord, Miamed Calamity Coin, used high rewards to attract demons to their deaths. As for how many would be rewarded in the end, no one knew. Demons and goblins had intelligence that far surpassed their kind. They had built weapons factories here, and directly dug out the magma from the active volcanoes. Many demons would buy weapons from here, but the goblins were black-hearted. They had to empty their pockets to buy a suitable weapon, and because of their innate instability, the refined products of the demons were prone to all kinds of problems. Often, they were not as good as the ones smuggled from the Bator Inferno by night witches and Onababas. Because of the existence of the law, this place seemed to be more orderly. Every demon that came here would learn to control themselves. However, there were still some hanging corpses by the side of the road. These were the unlucky ones who broke the law, but could not pay the expensive fines. That is, Sauron's eyes showed a trace of shock. He looked up and could not help but stop. It was rare for the rune girl to be so quiet. She didn't want to kill the demons just because they were ugly. Instead, she observed the surroundings with a playful expression while suppressing her desire to destroy. This meant that although she had a chaotic nature, she was not a complete idiot. She knew the consequences of causing trouble in the territory of a demon lord. Newcomer. A night witch with dark green skin appeared in front of Sauron. Its turbid yellow eyes looked at him, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. It slowly said, "This is the Baelor demon Noxet." It violated the law of Miamed Calamity Coin Lord. It was arrogant and looked down on the authority of a demon lord, so it was killed mercilessly. The corpse has been hanging here for more than 20 years. It was a huge corpse that was 3 to 4 meters tall. A pair of steel chains pierced through his wings and nailed him to a huge stone pillar. There was a terrible wound on his chest, and his thick limbs were all nailed with dark red hooks. A section of the demon horn on his forehead was broken, and one of his eyeballs was dug out. The Baelor's corpse was well preserved. It looked like someone had used a spell on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have looked like it had died yesterday after being hung for more than 20 years. This was the demon lord demonstrating his strength. It used the corpse of a Baelor to tell any demon that came here that since they were in its territory, they had to follow its laws. However, Sauron felt that the deterrence of a flame Baelor was not enough. If he were to do this, he would nail the corpse of an abyssal demon dragon to the top of the Galumba arena in the distance. This way, it could be seen even from far away. It would be quite shocking at a glance, and it would definitely make many demons behave. Not only would he hang the corpse of an abyssal demon dragon, but he would also hang the corpses of legendary demons one by one to see which demon would dare to mess around here. If an outsider doesn't know the rules here, he will suffer a lot. The Night Witch let out a strange laugh, made a gesture of counting gold coins, and said in a deep voice, "Maybe you need some information. I'm familiar with everything here, but I need to pay a little." Ding ding dang dang. Sauron glanced at it and threw 3 calamity coins, Kindler, over. There was a special name for the abyss. If he called Kindler in front of the demons instead of calamity coins, it might cause some trouble. There were still some trophies. As an elite form of a middle-grade demon, Sauron still had some spoils of war. There were many places in the abyss that could use gold dirhams. Very good. What do you want to know? The Night Witch laughed so hard that its turbid eyes narrowed. It had the strength of at least Tier 2, but that was all it could do in the bottomless abyss. If it wanted to do dimensional trade, it would basically be courting death if it did not have the ability of a higher grade, profession level 15 and above. The neutral evil demons would not do anything without benefits. As long as they could afford the price, these guys could even smuggle things out from the depths of the Bator Inferno. It was normal to spend some money to buy information from them. Perhaps it was because they had made more deals with the devils, but many of the neutral evil demons were quite honest. Next to the Galumba Arena was the Lava Tavern. It was not easy to get drunk with a demon's physique. Many of the strong drinks here were spiked. Even demons would be affected after drinking it. Of course, the price was also quite expensive. The world of demons was very simple. Those who had the ability to enter the tavern were all intermediate demons, and above. This was an important property of the demon lord, Miamid, Calamity Coin. There were even 2 succubus maids with slave marks at the door. The maids inside were all low-grade succubus. Almost every one of them had the mark of a slave. The mainstream of the abyss was the slavery system. Many demons were the property of more powerful demons. As property, they would be protected to a certain extent. Succubus was an important asset of the abyss. So if anyone dared to hurt or break these succubus in the tavern, they would have to pay expensive compensation or suffer the crazy revenge of a demon lord. Ding ding dang dang. Sauron ignored the unfriendly gazes of the other demons, and went directly to the bar counter. He looked at the mature succubus in front of him who had a slave mark on her forehead and a slave collar on her snow-white slender neck and said in a deep voice, "I want to participate in the Death Arena Challenge." There was a mocking laughter behind him. Many intermediate and high-grade demons with good strength laughed mockingly, as if mocking Sauron for overestimating himself. Because in the Galumba Arena, the Death Arena Challenge was continuous, and in the end, they even had to fight against legendary enemies. If they were unlucky, sometimes even giant monsters, mutated wyverns, and giants from other planes might appear. The champion of the last Death Arena Challenge finally defeated the other demons, but in the end, he died under the warhammer of a mutated frost giant. His whole body was turned into meat paste. They did not think that Sauron, who was only an intermediate demon, could survive the Death Arena Challenge. Chapter 557. Ability Upgrade. You've acquired some information about the ability, mobile casting. You've learned the ability. After a long period of training, you've mastered the new ability, mobile casting. As the data disappeared, Soren, who stood in place for a long time, finally opened his eyes slowly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, "I finally mastered it. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to master this ability with the ability of a deity. So, next is the flying spellcasting specialty. However, the most important thing now should be to go to the bottomless abyss. Galumba Arena? Goblin Demon Warlock. It should be a demon lord that I can deal with, right?" The demonic aura on Vivian's body is getting stronger. It seems that the power of the Witch of Terror, Lillian, has completely awakened in her body. The plan to enter the bottomless abyss must be accelerated. At least I can guarantee that I have the power to fight against the Dread Lord. Soren's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared outside Vivian's door. About 3 days ago, some inconspicuous runes appeared on Vivian's forehead. That was a tattoo that only high-level demons had. In the past, it only appeared when Vivian transformed, but now it appeared automatically. This meant that the divine power of fear she absorbed was fusing, and the time of her awakening was getting closer and closer. He must accumulate the power to challenge the Dread Lord as soon as possible, and then completely destroy him when the Avatar crisis broke out. The Golumba arena made Soren feel that there was an opportunity. The third layer of the bottomless abyss, Forgotten Land, was an intricate place. Due to the characteristics of the Styx River, many demon lords restrained each other, and no one could completely control this layer. The death of the demon lord, Arrogant One, led to a situation where heroes were vying for supremacy in this layer. In the Golumba arena, Soren could feel the hidden power of order within the chaos. This was the accumulation of the goblin demon warlock, Myamide, Calamity Coin for hundreds of years. It established the laws of this land and planted the seeds of order within it. If Sauron could replace him, then he could turn this place into a place similar to Desolate Town. Furthermore, more importantly, it was close to an active volcano. Such a terrain was of great help to the Balrog form of the demon. Other demon lords might not be fond of volcanoes, but Soren's incarnation did not seem to be affected at all. This was an opportunity. However, it was impossible to defeat a powerful demon lord just by relying on the power of his demon incarnation. So Soren's main body had to move. He still needed to personally guard Mordor City, so he could not leave Mordor City for too long. Soren could only by 7 to 14 days. During this time, the demon incarnation had to advance to the legendary realm, or at least become a powerful Balrog. As long as it entered the legendary realm, it would have the power to protect itself even in the bottomless abyss. You'll be fine. Soren raised his hand and stroked Vivian's lovely face, leaned over and kissed her forehead, then turned and left the room. Since he planned to go to the bottomless abyss, he naturally needed to talk to Gloria. The military parade had just ended, and the power of Mordor City was still brewing. Other enemies who were secretly spying on them should not act rashly. The friendly relationship with the Church of Agriculture made Soren more confident. In this case, no one would rashly provoke him. Creak. The door closed gently. Shortly after Soren left, Vivian's slender fingers suddenly moved. Mordor City, Shadow Plane Laboratory. The expression on Gloria's face was very calm. She gently came to Soren, raised her hand and gently tidied his clothes, and said slowly, "Are you going out?" Soren nodded silently and said, "Yes." He didn't say anything, but Gloria seemed to know everything. Perhaps they were getting more and more familiar with each other. Gloria just glanced at Soren's expression, and knew that he was going to go on a long trip. She didn't ask too much. Gloria just clenched Soren's hand and said softly, "When will you come back?" Soren reached out and took her into his arms, leaned over and kissed her cheek, and said in a deep voice, "Half a month at the latest." "Okay." Gloria nodded gently. She turned and took out a silver-white metal ball, handed it to Soren's palm, and said softly, "Be careful on the road. This is the improved silver sword of Gith. I'll wait for you to come back." The gods were coming in person. Even if she didn't ask anything, Gloria knew that it was a very important thing. She was a smart woman. Soren clenched her hands, smiled and said slowly, "Don't worry. I won't take risks easily. I'll leave Vivian to you." Soren didn't mention the city of Mordor, nor did he mention the Church of God, because neither was the most important thing to him. He only cared about Vivian the most. And Gloria, as his closest woman, knew what Soren cared about the most. Mordor could be rebuilt, and the Church of God could be rebuilt. In his heart, Vivian was much more important than these two. "I understand." Gloria nodded gently. There was not too much sadness in parting. Soren was not such a person. He prepared what he should prepare and embarked on the journey to the bottomless abyss. This time he was not in a hurry. He had to go deep into the third layer of the abyss. As a legendary rogue, he had enough confidence. As long as he didn't disturb those powerful demons, he was more than 80% sure that he could achieve his goal. There were not many places left for him in the whole multiverse. Even as a god, Soren didn't have much choice because he was too weak, and many planes were almost divided by the gods. Unless he joined a certain god system, Soren was destined to move his kingdom in the future. because the original half-elven god was under the elven divine system. The half-elven divine kingdom was on the periphery of the elven divine kingdom. It was almost needless to say that those elven gods did not like Soren. Gods could create their own divine kingdom, but it was quite difficult for them to create a bit wall, because almost all divine kingdoms were built in bit walls that had already been born. What Soren had to do was not only to protect Vivian, but also for their future. If a god wanted to have a foothold in the multiverse, he must have a kingdom of his own. And this kingdom could only rely on other planes in the multiverse unless it was very strong, and could open up a plane on its own. Pandemonium Palace, Xanadu, Paradise, Mountain Paradise, Elysium, Scorched Inferno, Baator Bottomless Abyss, Mechanical Mirror, Twin Paradises, Grey Waste, Azura Field, Joseph's Garden. Soren's ideal kingdom should be the Clockwork Nirvana's Mechanical Mirror. But with his current ability, there was no way he could have a foothold in the Clockwork Nirvana's Mechanical Mirror. The Abyss was the most chaotic place, and it was the place where he was most likely to gain a foothold. As a new god, Soren was learning new knowledge all the time. Being a god was just the beginning. His stage was now the whole multiverse. At first, he just escaped to accumulate strength. Now that he had the qualifications to play chess with the gods in the multiverse, he naturally had to find a suitable place to place his chess pieces in many planes. The Queen of Spiders, Lolth, was a terrible enemy, but she was also an opponent worthy of respect and learning from. Soren got a lot of inspiration from her. The Avatar Crisis was not the end. Even after the Avatar Crisis, the reshuffled gods faced countless disputes. Those divine rights, priesthoods, and the fallen kingdoms of the gods were still the confrontation of the gods after the Avatar Crisis. It was just that they did not have to fight in person anymore. Soren must have his own divine kingdom, and open up his own world in the multiverse. He was almost an enemy in the upper planes, and the only place he could choose was the lower planes. The Forgotten Land. This was an important starting point. Whether Soren could gain a foothold in the multiverse depended on this opportunity. Chapter 558. In front of him were shouts that sounded like a tsunami. Along with a loud rumble, the gate at the bottom of the Garuba arena opened, and Sauron's figure slowly walked out from it. The Rune Girl was nowhere to be seen. The people of the Chaos faction were unpredictable because the higher the degree of the Chaos faction, the more they did as they pleased. Sometimes they didn't even know why they did it. However, Sauron had nothing to worry about. Firstly, the relationship between the two was not that close. Secondly, with her strength, there were not many existences in the entire Galumba arena that could threaten her. A legendary rune life form had no heartbeat or breath. Basically, there were not many fatal weaknesses. If she wanted to leave, even the Demon Lord couldn't stop her. A frenzied aura spread. In Sauron's sight, there were groups of demons. The number was probably more than 5,000. The chaotic nature of the demons made them very fond of killing and fighting. The cruel fighting in the arena was their greatest entertainment. Rumble. The second gate opened, and the figure of a mutated Hezru appeared. It was nearly 3 meters tall, and the muscles on its body were ferocious and terrifying. There were scars on its back, and there was the mark of a slave on its forehead. Rumble. The third gate opened, and heavy footsteps sounded. A tall ogre appeared. It didn't seem to be a purebred ogre. It should have some giant blood in it. This kind of monster could only be found in the bottomless abyss, because only the evil and chaotic demons like to use certain forbidden methods to create such creatures. The last gate opened. A bewitching and beautiful female appeared. She looked like a succubus, but her body exuded the aura of a demon. The demons in the audience seats of the Galumba arena seemed to have gone crazy. They shouted in the language of the abyss. Kill her. Humiliate her. Rape her. Damned demon. Damned lustful demon. This was a lustful demon. A demon from the Baator Inferno. Her hands were shackled, and there was a small dagger in her hand. Everyone. A goblin demon warlock appeared in front of everyone, but it was not the demon lord of the Garuba arena. A battle of this level did not require the demon lord to personally preside over it. The goblin demon warlock was a servant that the demon lord had groomed and created. In Galumba arena, There would be a large-scale bloody duel every week, and there would be some highlights in the death arena every month. The mutated goblins were always very business-minded. They always seemed to be able to find new gladiators. Welcome to Golumba Arena. The goblin demon warlock stood on the high platform in front of the arena. His small eyes glinted with a cunning light as he looked at the others. He said excitedly, "This is the monthly death match. The first contestant to participate in the death duel is Flaming Demon Sauron. He's an outsider, a newbie who just came to Golumba Arena. I hope he can survive today's match. In fact, I'm not optimistic about this contestant. If he had already evolved into a flame demon, he might be able to stand until the end. But now, I'm afraid he might be the first to die." Do you see it? Standing beside him is the second contestant, Lacerator, Lanos. It's a mutated berserker. Looking at its eyes, it seems like it can't wait to tear this newbie in half. The third contestant is Ogre, Uno. It has the bloodline of giants and is a powerful gladiator. It's also the contestant with the highest chance of winning this match. Last. This is the captive we just sent over. A lustful demon who was caught in the Abyss Blood War. Look at her tender and fair skin. Look at her charming and beautiful face. When she's torn to pieces by the enemy, it'll be a very exciting scene. Everyone. The match is about to begin. There are no rules in this death duel. The one who survives in the end is the winner. The winner will receive rewards and even freedom. At this point, the goblin demon warlock looked meaningfully at the handcuffed lustful demon and said in a deep voice, "Miamid Calamity Coin is a demon lord who keeps his promises. Since the establishment of the Golumba Arena, all gladiators have received rewards for winning, giving hope and destroying hope. This was one of the favorite things of demon lords." The goblin demon warlock looked at the lustful demon with a sinister smile. It hoped that this death duel would be more exciting. The contestant with the highest chance of winning this death duel is Ogre Uno. However, our newbie, Flaming Demon Sauron, has the highest compensation ratio. Those who haven't placed their bets can place their bets at the south side of the arena. This death duel is about to begin. There was a burst of cheers. The surrounding demons howled excitedly, but no one jumped down from the spectator stands. This was because jumping down was equivalent to participating in the death duel. Only one person could leave alive. It was a fight to the death. Although this death arena was a chaotic battle, only one person was allowed to leave alive in the end. Uno. 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 There was a burst of cheers. The demons believed that the winner was Ogre Uno, a warrior with the bloodline of giants and endless strength. In the eyes of the demons, it was difficult for others to fight against such a terrifying creature. Moreover, Ogre Uno's equipment was obviously very good. He had protective armor on his body and an extremely heavy mace. Dong. There was a muffled sound. The goblin demon warlock shouted with an excited and sharp voice, "The duel begins!" Roar. An angry roar reverberated. The mutated Hezru rushed toward Sauron in an instant, while the ogre on the other side rushed toward the lustful demon. It seemed that they wanted to get rid of these two small fellows first before having the final battle. Ripper! 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 The excited and frenzied voices of the demons echoed in the arena. Facing the mutated Hezru that was more than 3 meters tall, Sauron did not seem to have any advantage. Some demons even guessed that he would be torn apart in a few seconds. They roared excitedly. Tear him apart. Break his neck. Crush his head. Boom. A cloud of dust rose. Facing the fierce attack of the mutated Hezru, Sauron's figure leaped up in an instant. The raging fire burned on his bare chest. The demon wings were getting bigger and bigger. He flew across the air. With a wave of his hand, a flame whip appeared in his palm, and then he slammed it toward the enemy in front of him. Bind. The flame whip wrapped around the mutated Hezru's body like a vine. The demon wings flapped, allowing the mutated Hezru to fly at a low altitude. Accompanied by a scorching sword light, the wound emitted a scorching smell, and an ugly head flew out. Plop! The body of the mutated Hezru fell to the ground. Sauron flapped his demon wings and slowly landed. With a gentle shake of his wrist, The flame whip returned to his palm. The whole arena was dead silent. The excited and frenzied shouts of the demons stopped abruptly, as if someone had strangled their throats. Beheading attack. The signature skill of the Baylor. Just a moment ago, they were still guessing how long Sauron could last in the hands of Lacerate, Lanos. The next moment, they found that the player they supported was directly beheaded by Sauron. Clean and neat. The outcome was almost decided in an instant. The mutated Hezru's burly body did not have any advantage at all. The flames were jumping. On Sauron's dark red skin, the strange demon tattoo glowed faintly with the flames, as if some kind of power was merging into it little by little. The flames on his body became more and more scorching and dazzling. He raised the heavy beheading sword in his hand, and the flame whip burned black marks on the dark red ground of the arena full of blood. Sauron looked around the entire arena and suddenly roared, "Sauron!" Boom! The chaotic nature of the demons was ignited in an instant, especially those who were bored and bet on Sauron's victory. At this moment, they were even more excited. Sauron! 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 Chapter 559. The changes in the arena caught many people off guard. However, this didn't affect the upcoming battle. The ogre Uno slowed down his movements and couldn't help but glance at Sauron in the distance. Then he let out a furious roar and swung his heavy mace at the lustful demon. As an intermediate demon, the lustful demon didn't have superb battle techniques. Her only advantage was that she was more agile than the ogre, and had an innate charm ability. However, she didn't attempt to charm the ogre Uno because the success rate was too low. Roar. The ogre Uno let out a furious roar. The tall, burly ogre seemed to have activated a berserk innate ability. His heterogeneous bloodline made him extremely ugly, but he had also inherited many powers that he shouldn't have. Boom. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and a gust of wind left a few bloody marks on the lustful demon's fair arm. Ugh. The situation changed at this moment. Due to the chains, the lustful demon's movements slowed down a little. Shortly after, the ogre Uno grabbed the shackles and roared, grabbing the lustful demon with incomparable strength. The ogre Uno swung the lustful demon up, stirring up a violent gust of wind. The lustful demon's ankle was drenched in blood, and she couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling shriek. The demons in the audience laughed maniacally and clamored to tear the ogre Uno into pieces. At this moment, Sauron, who had been standing at a distance and watching coldly from the sidelines, made his move. His speed was shockingly fast. With the help of the demon wings on his back, Sauron skimmed across the ground. The instant the ogre Uno was about to finish off the lustful demon, Sauron dashed to the ogre Uno's side and lashed out with the flame whip in his hand. Blazing flames spread. The ogre Uno let out a painful growl. The lustful demon took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. As a cunning demon, she knew that she couldn't deal with the two enemies easily. She would only have a chance when both sides were injured. Thud, thud, thud. Sauron kicked the ogre in the chest and flapped his demonic wings to charge at the lustful demons behind him. A hint of panic appeared on the lustful demon's face. She didn't understand why the other party wanted to save her just now, and why he was rushing over so aggressively now. However, as a demon, she didn't trust any demons. Out of self-preservation, she activated her innate ability, Charm. If she could charm and control Sauron, she would have a high chance of winning. Clang. The bewitching magic didn't affect Sauron's movements at all. Following the appearance of a flame, the head of the lustful demon flew up. The scorching flames burned the wound, and no blood spurted out. The situation was clear. There were only two survivors left. One was flaming demon Sauron, and the other was ogre Uno. The lustful demons were dead. The flames on Sauron's body became brighter and brighter. He slowly raised the beheading sword in his hand, and the flaming whip lashed out at the enemy in front of him. Both enemies were killed by Sauron. At this moment, even the ogre Uno didn't understand why Sauron liked to kill others. Maybe this was the nature of demons, just like how enemies loved to behead their targets. Roar. The heavy mace whistled in the wind. Sauron flapped his demonic wings and moved half a meter to the side. He swung his sword and slashed at the leg of the ogre. An enemy with great strength but slow movement. This was the enemy he was best at dealing with, and it was also a great test of his skills. As long as he was not touched by the enemy, the advantage of the giant's bloodline would be useless. The fire burned the hair on the ogre's body. Sauron was like a ghost moving around the enemy. The distance was neither too far nor too close. The damage of the flame body had been silently accumulating, and even the armor on the ogre's body was a little red. There was the sound of meat being burned. Haha! The time was gradually ripe, and the enemy in front of him was almost 30% cooked. Sauron suddenly let out a chuckle and leaped up. The demonic wings greatly enhanced his jumping ability. With a dazzling flame, Sauron directly threw out the flame whip, and then let go of the long whip made of fire. He changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with both hands and directly activated beheading. Plop! A heavy and headless body fell to the ground. Sauron landed gently and stood on the body of the ogre. The demonic horns were splashed with burning blood, and the demonic wings that were growing bigger by the day flapped slightly. He waved his sharp demonic claws, and the flame whip dissipated with the wind. Finally, he inserted the beheading sword into the head of the ogre, raised it high, and roared towards the surroundings. Sauron! The whole Golumba arena was boiling. The player who was least likely to win won the final victory, and he didn't even seem to have many injuries on his body. Sauron! 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 The chaotic nature of the demons was always easy to provoke. There was no doubt that Sauron had become a rising star in the Golumba arena with a battle and gained the status he deserved. At this moment, no demon doubted his strength anymore. His performance in the arena just now showed that he had the power close to a high-grade demon, and in the abyss, only strength could be respected. It seems that our player, Fire Demon, Sauron, has won the final victory. A cold light appeared in the eyes of the Goblin Demon Warlock, and he said with a fake smile, "Congratulations to Fire Demon, Sauron. Maybe we should call him Beheader, Sauron. This is your reward. Enjoy the rest of the day, because there is still a battle waiting for you tomorrow." A bulky ogre appeared with a box. The Goblin Demon Warlock kicked open the box, and it was filled with glittering disaster coins. The number was probably more than 3,000. In the Golumba arena, any winner could get a reward. This group of goblins secretly controlled the gambling. Although Sauron's victory was a bit unexpected, it was obvious that there were very few demons betting on Sauron today. Beheader, Sauron. History seemed to repeat itself. Sauron's new title quickly gained the recognition of the demons, and it spread very quickly. Inside the Golumba arena, soon, many people knew about this Beheader. Sauron, a powerful demon who was about to become a Balrog. Only strength could get the corresponding status. When Sauron walked out of the arena, he could no longer see the provocative eyes of other demons. The succubus owner in the lava tavern even sent him a tempting invitation. The demons were very excited, because shortly after Sauron's victory, the goblins announced that creatures from other planes would appear in tomorrow's death arena. Sauron was also one of the contestants. They were very curious about whether this new demon who had spread his name throughout the Golumba arena could survive tomorrow's battle. Chapter 560. Lava Tavern. In the evening, he saw the mysterious rune girl again, but her appearance had changed greatly. She seemed to have used an advanced transformation spell. She looked like a mixed-blood succubus. She sat directly in front of Sauron and ordered a glass of wine. After drinking, she went back to her room. Although she often lost her memory and was a little confused, she was not stupid. She was very smart and had amazing intuition and judgment. After all, her brain structure might be similar to Thaling 13. Her calculation ability was amazing. The Golumba arena's death corner was a good way for Sauron to improve. It was not as dangerous as the Abyss Bloody Battle, where there would be a large group of enemies at the slightest move. Most of the demons that appeared in the arena were middle-grade and high-grade demons. They provided more power than ordinary demons, and many of them were even elite-level enemies. The 3 kills today had already pushed him to the edge of a breakthrough. If he won tomorrow, he would probably be able to increase his creature level and possibly learn new spell-like abilities. Sauron sat in place and drank. The special body of a demon made drinking wine like drinking water. The characteristics of a fire demon were even more so. When the wine entered his mouth, it was like fire. When it entered his body, it was basically gone. 1,000 cups would not get drunk. In other words, even magic wine had no effect on Sauron. At this moment, his attention had already shifted to other places. In the first layer of the abyss, Sauron's main body had completed the teleportation mark. However, this time the route that his main body took was Desolate Town. There was still no half-plane. If he could take down the war chest half-plane, Sauron could directly set a teleportation mark from the half-plane to the lower plane. The material plane had a crystal barrier, but the half-plane was directly attached to the astral plane. Legendary wizards basically relied on the power of the half-plane to travel between planes. This way, they could reduce their own consumption and teleport back at any time. The first layer of the abyss plane, Desolate Town. A thin figure with a cloak and hood appeared. His arrival did not attract the attention of any demons. People thought that he was more of a plane traveler or a mercenary from another plane. Only the craziest mercenaries would come to the main battlefield of the Abyss bloody battle. And these people were not to be trifled with. Therefore, even demons knew to be honest here. Desolate Town had a passage that connected to other planes. From here, one could directly go to the second layer of the abyss along the river Styx. Sauron's main body needed about 2 days to reach the third layer of the abyss, Forgotten Land. According to the progress in the Galumba arena, Sauron was about to become a flame demon. In order not to attract the attention of the demon lord, Sauron disguised himself as a mixed-blood inferno. The hood completely covered his appearance, and no one was bored enough to care about what he looked like. Sauron hid his god-level power, but he released the breath of a legendary profession. This could avoid a lot of trouble. Heading south from Desolate Town, there was a branch of the river Styx. This was the territory of the Rossi demons. As long as he paid a sum of money, these part-time ferrymen of the river Styx would send him to other planes. The relationship between the Rossi demons and the Grim Reaper was unclear. These neutral demons took over a part of the river Styx's trade, but most of the ferrymen on the river Styx's main route were high undead, servants of the Grim Reaper. Even in the Abyss and the Bator Inferno, not many people dared to provoke them. Ding ding dang dang. Sun threw a bag of calamity coins to the ferocious Rossi demon in front of him, and then sat quietly in the corner of the boat of the river Styx. Next to him was a soul judgment demon. These high-ranked demons rarely traveled in this way. The Rossi demons would protect their reputation. Demons that could become ferrymen of the river Styx were all high-ranked demons. They would not allow others to fight in their territory, or else they would throw them into the river Styx. A figure of a high-ranked succubus appeared. Sun's figure moved slightly. He seemed to feel that something was wrong, but he still sat quietly. He felt that he was involved in something. Everything in front of him should not be directed at him. When the boat of the river Styx opened, the last passenger also appeared. When he saw this passenger, Sun finally understood why everything was happening. Children of Hell. To put it simply, they were a group of people who were born in the darkness and yearned for the light. A group of people who longed for redemption. Born in the evil lower planes, they longed for redemption and return to the light, but their fates were often tragic. The upper planes would not accept them, and the lower planes would regard them as traitors. The children of Hell rarely survived. Most of them fell into the darkness again, or died quite miserably. Some lucky ones turned into the neutral camp, and eventually lived a life that was neither good nor bad, but quite bumpy. Out of 100 awakened children of Hell, only one could survive. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. The brilliant palace was brightly lit, and the figure of the Princess Royal appeared on the balcony. She wore a long blue dress that accentuated her tall and seductive figure. Near the port, many people gathered at the moment, because Arendelle welcomed a guest today. A prince from another country, the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom. He came to Arendelle, and he prepared a lot of gifts. In addition to wanting to be on good terms with the Kingdom of Arendelle, as the second heir of the Falcon Kingdom, he also planned to propose to Princess Anna. At this moment, the officials of the palace were busy welcoming the arrival of the prince. With his status, it was not enough for Her Majesty the Princess Royal to personally welcome him. Logically speaking, in this case, Princess Anna should greet him. After all, the other party's status was also very noble. But when she heard the other party's intention, Princess Anna directly refused, saying that she was not feeling well. In the end, the royal officials of the palace were responsible for the arrangements. Princess Anna was about to reach adulthood. As an adult princess, especially as the heir of Arundel, she was bound to face many suitors. The bastard in her heart did not dare to marry her, and now she could only face all this helplessly. On the side of the palace, Princess Anna looked out of the window at the crowd at the port. The second prince of the Falcon Kingdom was handsome and had just arrived here, and he was welcomed by many people. But she did not like him. What she had a headache now was how to refuse all this. Chapter 561. Arundel, Imperial Palace. Princess Royal looked at the port in the distance. After making sure that the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom had stayed in the arranged mansion, she turned to look at the head maid beside her and said slowly, "Is Anna still not feeling well today?" The head maid bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty the Queen." Although Princess Royal had not been officially crowned, many palace attendants were still used to calling her Your Majesty the Queen in private. Arundel had 5 queens, and Princess Royal would be the 6th queen in Arundel's thousands of years of history. If nothing unexpected happened, Princess Anna would become the 6th queen of Arundel in the future. Arundel's attitude towards the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom, who came to propose, was quite divided. Some ministers believed that Princess Anna could not marry outside. Otherwise, the power of the royal family would easily fall to others. Another part thought that it would not matter if Princess Anna married outside, and her children could inherit the throne in the future. As a rich country, Princess Anna's identity as the second heir of Arundel was very eye-catching. It was said, because the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom came to propose, the Duke of Thornflower, who had a bad relationship with the Falcon Kingdom, was also preparing to send his eldest son to propose. The human countries had been divided for a long time, and this time, many kingdoms and principalities seemed to be moving. It seemed that whoever could marry Princess Anna of Arundel would have a great advantage. The only kingdom that did not do much was the South Coast Kingdom. One was because it was too far away, and the other was that there was still a mountain in their hearts. The god of the half-elves, Soren. Everyone on the South Coast knew that this was a killing god. Whether he had a relationship with Princess Anna or not, these southern royals did not dare to provoke him easily. Forget it. Princess Royal let out a faint sigh and said slowly, "Let's wait until she thinks it through. But since His Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom is here, she must meet him tomorrow. Otherwise, outsiders will say that our Arundel is not polite." The head maid bowed slightly, and was ready to convey the meaning of Princess Royal to Princess Anna. At the other side, the sound of things being smashed came from the beautiful room. Clang, 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 clang. The expensive and exquisite porcelain from the Eastern Kingdom was smashed into pieces. Next to her was a young maid who was trembling in fear. Princess Anna stood there, panting. After venting a little, she bit her lips and said, "Coward! Bastard! Men! Send someone to Mordor City immediately. I'd like to see what this bastard is going to do." Very soon, a palace guard came to the door. Princess Anna panted and picked up a pen, quickly wrote a letter, and then handed it to the maid in front of her. She bit her lip and said, "Send the letter to Mordor City immediately." The female official reached out and took it. Then she bowed and left. "I'll go now." However, after receiving the letter, the female official did not set off immediately. Instead, she arrived at the Princess Royal's palace in the blink of an eye. Soon, the letter was delivered to the Princess Royal. Princess Royal's expression was a little hesitant, but she still opened the letter. After reading the letter, she couldn't help but tremble. Then, she silently sealed it and handed it to the female official in front of her. "Send it out tomorrow." "That's good. Let's see what he means." Alas, this silly girl. She could fall in love with anyone, but she fell in love with the son of slaughter. Under the dim starry sky, Princess Royal's tall figure came to the balcony. She looked up at the dim night sky and couldn't help but frown and sigh. The catastrophe was about to begin. As a powerful warlock, she clearly sensed the coming of the Avatar crisis. Material Plane Shadow City. In a gloomy underground secret chamber, a group of black-cloaked figures knelt on the ground. Before them was a mysterious altar. Gloomy flames danced around it, as if the light had been distorted by shadows. There were many reliefs on the walls on all sides. Many of them were creatures from the shadow plane. A faint dragon's might permeated this chamber. In the corner of the altar, there was a huge shadow dragon. At this moment, it also humbly bowed its head and looked at the altar in front of it. Flame jump. The distorted light and shadow shrouded this space. Finally, a hazy shadow emerged. It gradually turned from illusory to solid, and finally became something that could not be seen by the naked eye. A shadow that was half illusory and half real. The Shadow Lord. The Lord was a god of shadow, an ally of the Lady of the Night, the nominal ruler of the shadow plane, a god with intermediate divine power. My lord. The believers gathered near the altar knelt down, and humbly buried their heads on the ground. The power of the shadow shrouded here. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Everything was gray as if it had been assimilated into the shadow plane. Get up. A low voice sounded. The distorted shadow's true face could never be seen clearly. The Master of Shadows glanced at the believers kneeling in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The Queen of Spiders, Lolth, has come to the material plane. She seems to be plotting something. I need to know her whereabouts. The believers of the Lady of the Night will act with you. Immediately send people to the Underdark to investigate this matter. I will watch everything in the dark." Flame jump. The distorted figure gradually disappeared. The Shadow Lord's body left here, and no one knew where he went. Under the altar. Many believers looked at each other, and soon some of them quickly left. The Shadow Lord personally gave the order, so they must go to the Underdark. The name of the Queen of Spiders made them feel a little afraid, but if they did not go at this time, they would die even more miserably. The struggle of the gods had begun. As early as when the first batch of weak gods fell to the mortal world, many ambitious gods gave up futile resistance, and no longer tried to fight against the terrible energy storm. Instead, they directly separated from the divine kingdom, and fell to the mortal world. From weak divine power, to low divine power, now even intermediate divine power, gods began to come to the material plane. Many of the gods quietly went into hiding. The fall of the god of half-elves and rogues sounded the alarm for them. Before the Avatar crisis broke out completely, they all needed to secretly accumulate a little power, plan their own conspiracy, or plan to safely survive the Avatar crisis. The Shadow Lord had arrived. The game of the gods in the mortal world had finally begun. The conspiracy of the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, had quietly opened. Chapter 562. Soren watched all of this in silence. Although the fate of the children of hell was pitiful, this was the fate they chose. Soren did not have much sympathy for them, unless they were of value to him. The child of hell in front of him was a male demon. Compared to the children of hell that awakened in the Bator Inferno, the children of hell that were born in the abyss were even rarer. This was because they needed to defeat both chaos and evil at the same time. Since the first child of hell was born in the Bator Inferno, their name had never changed. An ugly face and a burly body. Fighting against evil burned their spirit, but it also made them stronger. The children of hell had to accept a penalty of 2 points of intelligence, but they would receive an additional 2 points of vitality. Their twisted demon horns were broken, and their burly bodies were full of scars. Because they awakened from chaos, the appearance of the children of hell would change. Although they were still very ugly, they looked more like mixed blood creatures from Inferno. These children of hell had a humanoid appearance. Sit down. The succubus seemed to move, and the soul judgment demons also moved silently. However, the voice of the underworld river boatman rang in their ears. This ugly Ross demon coldly glanced at the others and spoke in the language of the abyss. "No fighting is allowed in my territory. Otherwise, I will throw all of you into the river Styx. The river Styx was their territory. These secondary Ross demons had signed a contract with the god of death, and they even had to make a river Styx oath. From their appearance, these mutated Ross demons were very thin, like skeletons. Their skin was gray, and their pupils were dim. They looked very pale. And their dark robes had the mark of the god of death. Their skinny faces looked very much like the undead. This was because they had been walking on the river Styx for a long time, and the power of the river Styx had affected their life characteristics. These creatures could be regarded as a half-undead species. Like all demons, the Yugoloths were mercenary. However, they had their own principles, and business was business. When they were carrying out their duties as the ferrymen of the river Styx, these Yugoloths refused to fight. They had special powers. Ferrymen of the Nether River was a very rare advanced profession. Yugolos had the ability to transform, summon undead creatures, summon Nether River water demons, and so on. There were undead creatures created by the god of death in the river Styx. If they were angered, they would be thrown into the river Styx. This point, it was dangerous even for gods. The power of the Styx's water could corrode one's soul. Even Soren would be affected if he touched it. Succubus sat down again. The soul judgment demon stared at the boatman on the Nether River with a gloomy gaze. Even its chaotic nature told it that it absolutely could not provoke these ferrymen on the Nether River. The atmosphere became tense and hostile. The burly Hell's Child sat beside Soren with a calm expression. To him, everything was normal. From the moment he awakened as a child of Hell, the battle was endless. The upper realms would not easily accept them, and the lower realms would see them as enemies. Many children of Hell were people who were desecrated by evil forces when they were alive. For example, a clergyman who was resurrected by a necromancy spell and committed countless sins. If there were no angels from the upper realms to receive their souls and redeem their sins, then these souls would still fall into the bottomless abyss and the Bottor Inferno. Many children of Hell were such existences. Under extremely lucky circumstances, they might be able to self-awaken and embark on the path of redemption. High-tier demon. As a god, Soren could see their strength at a glance. The succubus was a legendary, and so was the soul judgment demon. The child of Hell was very strong. Even Soren could not guess its strength. However, Soren could see its true form. It was a challenge rating 18 assassin demon. It was a very rare demon. Its strength was higher than the challenge rating 17 six-armed snake demon, but lower than the challenge rating 20 Baylor demon. No wonder he was not afraid at all. The assassin demon was a special kind of advanced demon. They were born with the power of shadow, and they were very difficult to deal with. This kind of demon often served some evil gods. For example, the god of massacre or the prince of darkness. They had trained the assassin demon to be their messenger. This kind of high-tier demon was qualified to be an apostle of a god. A self-redeeming assassin demon. The corner of Soren's mouth could not help but curve slightly, and he thought to himself, interesting, interesting. The boat of the Styx slowly moved forward. Before they reached their destination, they should not fight because even the Baylor demon knew not to anger the ferrymen on the river Styx. These guys could summon death servants if they went crazy. The vow of the river Styx. Since the river Styx flowed all over the lower plains, the abyss and the Bottor Inferno, the Yugoloths had signed the vow of the river Styx with the death gods. The neutral evil demons in the lower plains performed the duty of the river Styx, and gradually replaced the high-tier undead who were originally responsible for the operation of the river Styx. It seemed that the death gods did not want to be too involved with the Bottor Inferno and the abyss. Now most of the river Styx in the lower plains were operated normally by the demons. Only at the source of the river Styx, the place from the spiritual realm to the underworld, there would be death servants taking over the role of the river Styx. That year, when Soren was adventuring in the abyss, he almost became the river Styx. Golumba Arena. When Sauron stepped into the dark red arena again, the number of demons in front of him seemed to have increased a lot compared to yesterday. Sauron! Sauron! The beheader Sauron! The demons roared. It seemed that in just one day, he had gained a lot of popularity here. It turned out that he had made the right choice yesterday. For Sauron's future plan, he had to accumulate enough reputation because no demon lord would be unknown. It seems that there are a lot of people who are optimistic about Sauron the Beheader today. The goblin demon warlock appeared with a fake smile. He looked around with his shrewd little eyes and revealed an evil smile. He said slowly, "Today, our beheader, Sauron will face two challenges. The first one. His opponent is the demon from the Baator Inferno. What will it be? You will know later." Chapter 563. The Grim Reaper. No one would despise the Grim Reaper. Even if the death god system had been divided again and again, any god would still be in awe of the Grim Reapers. Even one of the sources of Sauron's power, the slaughter clergy, evolved from the death clergy. Not only that, but the war clergy, murder clergy, destruction clergy, and so on. These clergy powers that created powerful gods were almost all shadows of the death clergy behind them. It could even be said that some of them were completely evolved from the death clergy. Death was the most ancient power. Even if it had been divided countless times, it still created many powerful gods. Therefore, in all places in the multiverse, people knew to maintain appropriate awe of the Grim Reaper. The souls of the ferrymen of the Styx were in the Grim Reaper's list. The death of any ferryman of the Styx was likely to be known by other ferrymen, and they would be blacklisted, refused to ride the boat of the Styx, and even attacked by them. The winding Styx led to many unknown places. This was the most dangerous water in the multiverse because it could erase memories and devour souls. The reward for traveling on the Styx was 100 Kindler coins, which was the lowest reward standard. Usually, demons would pay platinum coins and gems. The more the reward, the better the service of the Styx ferryman. However, it was clear that the Yugoloth in front of him was not in a good mood today. Almost as soon as it arrived at its destination, it immediately told all the passengers in front of it to get lost. They hated fighting because fighting would affect business. Just as they came ashore, the soulless judges began to attack. The children of hell did not have any expression, and they did not even speak. They were always so silent because they carried too many things on their backs. Evil slash. A bright light emerged. In this evil and chaotic Underdark, even Soren felt a little dazzling. He understood why. Paladin. The child of hell in front of him gave up his original power and advanced to become a paladin. It was incredible. In the long history of this world, there were quite a few children of hell who had sought salvation. However, there were very few who could advance into a sacred warrior. Furthermore, it seemed that he had returned to order after fighting against evil and chaos. He had even fused with a little divine power. The evil slaying slash he used was the best proof, because only Orthodox Saint Samurai could use it. Saint Samurai. A high demon had become a Saint Samurai. How ironic. The child of hell had given birth to paladins before, and the earliest recorded paladin was a succubus. Her fate was rather bumpy and helpless. In the end, she failed to obtain redemption and fell back to evil. As for her final outcome, it was definitely not a good one. Some people said that she died at someone's hands, and others said that she went to the Azura field, and eventually became a demon lord there. Clang. Clang. The power of the paladin even made the underworld river boatman feel disgusted, but it had already completed its mission, so it turned around and left after a cold glance. Soren was a little hesitant at this time, because the child of hell who had advanced into a Saint Samurai was full of aggression against evil. He was not sure if he could gain favor by helping the child of hell. He also doubted how far he could go after this. A child of hell who walked alone in the bottomless abyss. A demon Saint Samurai who was looking for redemption. In the end, he decided to do something and told himself in his heart. Two high demons. The slaughter EXP they bring is equivalent to a legendary enemy. I'm not deliberately helping him, I'm just harvesting some soul energy on the way. The battle was one-sided. The child of hell who had advanced into a Saint Samurai had given up the power that originally belonged to the assassin demon. Although he still retained his powerful attributes, there was no way he could deal with two powerful demons at the same time by relying on the power of a Saint Samurai. Soren's figure disappeared. He directly escaped into the darkness, and no one was able to detect his tracks. Clang! Just at the moment when the Soul Judgment Demon repelled the Saint Samurai in front of it, Soren's figure emerged from the shadow behind it, accompanied by a cold light. The demon who was close to the legendary level was directly killed by a sword. Shadow Leap. Soren waved his curved sword expressionlessly, and a strange silver-white light appeared. The face of the superior succubus showed a frightened expression. She seemed to be desperate and realized that Soren was an enemy she could not fight against at all. But she still used a sharp voice and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in this matter? This is the prey of the Demon King of Wind, Pazuzu." A beautiful head flew into the air. Soren silently withdrew the silver-white curved sword in his hand, and the weapon turned into a metal ball in the strange light. He turned and glanced at the child of hell behind him. He did not expect to be thanked, but walked directly into the darkness. Another Saint Samurai. He met an interesting Saint Samurai in the material plane, and he did not expect to meet an interesting Saint Samurai in the bottomless abyss. The heads of two higher demons. It directly brought Soren close to 60,000 slaughter EXP, which was equivalent to killing a weaker dragon. It was a good deal. As for the Demon King of Wind, Pazuzu that the superior succubus mentioned, Soren did not care too much. This ancient demon lord liked to lure Saint Samurai very much, and it would even help Saint Samurai. As long as a Saint Samurai begged it for help, it was very likely that it would help. But its purpose was also very evil. Demon King of Wind. Pazuzu liked to corrupt holy souls and turn a Saint Samurai into an evil existence. It was its favorite thing. If this matter had something to do with it, then Soren could understand everything. The child of hell stood still. He did not understand why Soren suddenly helped him, but it did not matter if he did not understand. The most important thing was that Soren saved his life. So the child of hell in front of him bowed slightly, and expressed his gratitude toward Soren's back. He did not ask his purpose, nor did he ask what he wanted to do. Soren was like a passerby who met by accident, quietly changing a person's fate. His figure finally disappeared into the shadows, and the child of hell stayed in the same place for a moment, then moved in another direction. He obviously had something he wanted to do, which was why he came from the first layer of the bottomless abyss to the second layer. Chapter 564. The third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. The Golumba arena was quiet for a moment. Only the goblin demon warlock had a cruel smile on his face. As the administrator of the demon arena, sometimes they would encounter some more troublesome guys. These guys would affect the bets they set up secretly, and even make them feel that the other party was provoking the order of the arena. In this case, the demon warlocks would choose to kill with a borrowed knife. Most of the death matches were secretly controlled by them. Many of the final winners were chosen by them. Because there was another rule in the death matches, it was possible for creatures from other planes to appear. These creatures were summoned, and may leave after a fight. If the challenger defeated the creatures from other planes, then naturally they could continue to challenge, but if they died accidentally, the winner could only be chosen from other candidates. The light of a spell appeared. A portal appeared in front of Sauron, followed by a crack in space, and the figure of a high-grade demon appeared in front of him. Centaur challenge rating 16. When the centaur with a height of more than 3 meters and a weight of more than 600 pounds appeared, the whole Golumba arena was quiet. The fear aura of the high-grade demon shrouded the surroundings in an instant, making many demons feel uncomfortable and angry. If it were not for the rules of the arena restraining them, perhaps some would have roared and wanted to tear it apart. Demons would also appear in the Golumba arena. The demon warlocks always seem to have a way to sign a Styx oath with the demons and let them appear in the arena when needed. Even the high-ranked legendary Bartholomew had appeared in the arena of death. However, the goblins also had their own contractual obligations, and that was to ensure that the demons wouldn't be besieged by the devils in the arena. The demons could die in the arena, but if they were besieged by the devils, the goblin warlocks would have to pay the price. For the arena in the abyss, the absence of the demon gladiators meant that the most attractive thing was missing. The demon warlock's mouth showed a cruel smile. He stared coldly at Sauron in the arena and said slowly, "A powerful centaur. You're dead for sure now." Ogre Uno and Berserker Demon Ripper. These two were the pawns they had secretly set up. They were also the seeds of the death duel. However, both of them had died in the hands of Sauron. The outcome of the duel had completely deviated from their plans. Sauron didn't like these gnomes at all. For such a player, it was natural to arrange a more difficult opponent for him. It would be best if he died in this kind of challenge, as it would reduce the number of variables in the future. It didn't matter if they didn't die. After all, they always had a way to get the biggest profit for themselves. Moreover, the final challengers in the death arena included legendary-level demon goblin warlocks like them. If there was a need, it could also personally take action. Horned demons were also known as fear demons. They were a branch of greater demons and had the natural ability to fly. Horned demons were brave warriors. They rarely retreated, even in the face of strong enemies. They liked to use their thorny chains to fight, and would usually choose the strongest enemies to intimidate and quickly finish them off. Fear demons had two branches. One had a pair of wings on their back, and the other didn't have wings but had the ability to fly. Sauron was facing the type with wings. It was more difficult to deal with. It could even be said that to some extent, it was an enemy that countered his demon wings. However, if he could get rid of it, Sauron was almost certain that he would get a big upgrade. Fire demon? The horned demon let out a strange laugh and said in a strange abyss language, "Interesting fire demon. Much more interesting than the other idiotic demons. Then let me see if your soul is delicious." Demons looked down on demons. Since the advantage of the Abyss Blood War was tilted towards the demons, their contempt for demons became more and more obvious. The Galumba arena was boiling. The horned demon's tone of contempt had undoubtedly angered many demons. Even some greater demons were dissatisfied. If they weren't afraid of the rules set by the demon lord Miamide, they would have already rushed down to tear this horned demon apart. The dignity of the demon lord couldn't be offended, or they would have to pay a heavy price. Hee. Sauron chuckled and said slowly, "I also want to know if your soul power is pure enough." Flames ignited. Sauron's body was instantly covered by fire. At the same time, a flame whip appeared in his palm. The horned demon's natural strength was more than 30 points, which had a clear suppression on him. Dexterity and constitution were more than 25 points, which still had an advantage. However, Sauron was immune to fire damage in the form of a fire demon, which made the horned demon's instant fireball ineffective. In terms of combat skills, Sauron had enough confidence. Devils spent too much time scheming, and their strong basic attributes made them neglect a lot of training. The combat skills trained by the army might not be so useful in one-on-one combat. Counter Chaos. A magic aura appeared and instantly fell on Sauron's body. This was the talent ability, Counter Chaos, of the horned demon. It was a power that could be used at will. The effect was equivalent to a command spell. As a high-grade demon, the horned demon liked to cast Counter Chaos on demons to temporarily reduce their combat ability and various comprehensive reflexes. Ineffective. Spell-like abilities had no effect. Sauron was not affected at all, and directly waved the flame whip. What a joke. His alignment was lawful evil. The horned demon's counter chaos could be ignored. Most of the counter abilities of high-grade demons were useless against him. The horned demon's face finally showed a hint of surprise. Its counter chaos casting ability was close to that of high-grade spellcasters. The other party could be immune to it directly. It was either very powerful, or did not belong to the chaotic alignment. The possibility of the former was very low, so the reason should be the latter. The demon in front of him was not from the chaotic alignment. Aura of fear. A frightening aura spread out, but Sauron was still not affected in the slightest. He sneered and raised the flame whip again. Still ineffective. The demon in front of him seemed to be unable to be measured by common sense. Its talent abilities were all ineffective. Chapter 565. In 2 days I'll start writing What You Don't Know, and the monthly summary for August. Ineffective. Ineffective. Still ineffective. The Quana used nearly half of its innate spells, but all of them were ignored by Sauron without exception. Now the only abilities it had left were its innate, intimidate, attack and its tail's unique, purgatory wound. The former could trigger a test of toughness when it hit the enemy, while the latter could cause lasting damage, making the enemy unable to heal themselves through conventional means. However, what made the Quana helpless was that the opponent seemed to be very clear about its abilities and fighting style. He had been carefully keeping a distance and not entering the range of its tail attack. What a joke! Sauron's strength attribute was completely suppressed by the opponent. How could he be so stupid as to close the distance to fight? In terms of strength, the greater demon's attribute suppression was obvious. However, except for the difference in strength, the difference in other attributes between the two sides was not very big. After all, Sauron was now a flaming demon, elite form. As long as he advanced into a Balrog, he would also belong to the ranks of the greater demons. Guerrilla warfare. Since he could not gain an advantage in attributes, Sauron could only fight with guerrilla warfare. The Quana was immune to fire damage, which could be regarded as one of Sauron's trump cards. However, he also had his own advantages. That was, the will that controlled the demon incarnation was at the level of a god. It was not difficult for him to exert more than 100% of his combat power. More importantly, Sauron inherited the fear power of a god. He was not sure whether it would have an effect on the horned demon in front of him, but the success rate was still about 50%. If he could successfully affect the opponent, then the result of the battle would be hard to say. Attack with all your might. Facing Sauron's annoying harassment tactics, the Quana was finally a little impatient. It began to take the initiative to attack bravely, wanting to rely on its size and strength to force Sauron into a corner. The opponent seemed to be too slippery, completely different from the demon in its memory. In the past, the demons that it encountered all rushed over. Even the more powerful demons might be beaten up by it. However, the demon in front of it was completely playing with it, and always maintained a safe boundary. Chaos did not control its mind. The demon in front of it was calmer than the demons in battle. Roar! With a furious roar, the Huna demon suddenly sped up and charged over. It was confident that it would be able to severely injure the enemy with a single blow. Boom! The ground was pierced by the chains, and Sauron easily dodged them. Then he swung the beheading sword and slashed down. Clang! Clang! Sauron's body was sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but the Huna demon's expression was not good. There was a shocking wound on his shoulder, and it was slowly healing. Regenerative ability. As a senior demon, it had a stronger regenerative ability than Sauron. It was not worth it to trade injury for injury. Sauron quickly realized this. His opponent's regenerative ability was higher than his own. If he were to trade blows, he would be the one to fall in the end. The distance between them widened once again. The demons around the Galumba arena could not help but hold their breaths. Even an idiot could see that the horned demon had an obvious advantage. Its strength was stronger than Sauron's. Even the beheader Sauron, who was also a large creature, did not dare to fight it head-on. Against the demons had a common enemy. Only the goblin demon warlock had a sly smile on his face. It seemed that he had already guessed the outcome. Sauron began to retreat. Although he could occasionally rely on powerful techniques to fight back, the scales of victory seemed to be tilting towards the demons. His injuries were getting worse. Even though many senior demons were amazed by Sauron's ability to exert his strength to the limit, they realized that Sauron could not hold on for long. Obviously, the senior demon in front of them had also realized this. Kiki. The horned demon let out an ear-piercing laugh and charged forward again. It threw out its chains and said in a deep voice, "Die!" Clang! Sauron's figure flew backward. It seemed that his injuries were the last straw that broke his back. The horned demon wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the enemy in front of him in one fell swoop. But at this moment, Sauron suddenly stood up and rushed to the senior demon in front of him. Bind! The flame whip in his hand was thrown out in an instant. It easily hit the target and entangled the demon's body. However, with the powerful strength of the horned demon, the flame whip could not trap it. It could easily break the flame whip. Whoosh! All the demons in the Galumba arena could not help but stand up. They looked at the center of the battlefield nervously. They wanted to know whether Sauron's counterattack was a dying struggle, or a trump card to turn the tables. As demons, they still hoped that Sauron would win. In less than half a second, the flame whip could not trap the horned demon in front of them at all. But this half a second was enough for Sauron. He had been pretending to be weak, waiting for the right time to counterattack. At the same time, he relied on his skills to consume some of the enemy's strength. Fear gaze, fear aura. The incredible power of fear broke out, and there was a violent collision between the two of them in an instant. The demon's fear aura, Sauron's fear aura. One was the talent of the senior demon, and the other was the power of the fear divinity. The result was in an instant. The horned demon's body suddenly stiffened at that moment. Sauron in front of it seemed to have suddenly become a terrible demon, making it feel the oppression of the demon lord. Its body involuntarily stiffened for a moment. Even it could not understand why the enemy in front of it suddenly made it feel like it was facing a demon. Eyes. Terrible eyes. For a moment, it even suspected that it was facing a god. Clang. The scorching light of the sword emerged. Sauron directly launched the beheading attack at the moment when the two figures crossed each other. He almost squeezed his last bit of potential, and launched a fatal blow with all his strength. 120% of his strength. There was no way out. If this blow could not kill the horned demon in front of him, it would definitely be him who died. Plop! A headless body fell to the ground. The flame on Sauron's body suddenly boiled like an explosion. The flame whip that had been broken by the horned demon suddenly gathered again. It was covered with a strange burning fire, and its length was directly more than 10 meters. Flame whip. The signature ability of the Baelor, Sauron's ability had advanced. Chapter 566. Sauron. Sauron. Decapitator Sauron. The whole Galumba arena was in an uproar. Many demons shouted excitedly, and the greater demons were not surprised. Some even secretly sent messages back. Of course, not all of the greater demons here were wanderers. In fact, most of the greater demons in the abyss were serving some powerful demon lords. Sauron's strength had attracted their attention. Even for the demon lords, a powerful Balrog was worth roping in. However, at this time, Sauron had no energy to pay attention to other things. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Creature level increased to 18. My ability has been improved. Demon Bloodline Fusion Mutation. Flame Whip. Ability has been upgraded to Flame Whip. Flame Body. Effect has been improved. Spell-like ability Summon Demon. Effect has been improved. Spell-like ability Dominate Demon. Effect has been improved. Flaming Demon Elite Form Advancement. Basic attributes have been improved. Energy Mutation. Spell-like ability Fear has been transformed into a talent spell ability that can be cast at will. Note: there is no casting time, no casting times, a talent spell that can be cast at will. Spell-like ability Fireball has been transformed into an instant spell. Special Comprehension. Demon Bloodline Fusion Mutation. You have mastered the talent spell ability, Greater Teleportation. Ability Comprehension. Demon Bloodline Fusion Mutation. You have mastered the talent ability Fierce Attack. Finally he understood. Sauron had finally crossed the threshold of the greater demons. The most iconic ability was the spell-like ability Greater Teleportation. Sauron could finally teleport. The power of the flames was getting stronger and stronger. The demon tattoo on Sauron's naked chest seemed to emit a strange light. Finally, all the flames merged into his body and gradually disappeared. Not enough. He wasn't strong enough. Although Sauron had gained an advancement, it was still not enough for a breakthrough. He had to raise his creature level to around level 20 before he could directly transform from a flaming demon to a Balrog. At that time, he would be a true legendary demon. Flame Whip Natural Ability. As the signature ability of the Baelor demons, they can summon a legendary Flame Whip. This weapon is regarded as a +1 natural legendary magic weapon. Every 10 creature levels can increase the level of the flame whip by +1, and it can be regarded as a +3 natural legendary magic weapon. A natural legendary weapon. This was the difference between the flame whip and the flame whip. It was a huge upgrade in nature. Sauron's body grew even larger. As a type of high-level demon, the flame demon could reach a height of more than 3 meters and weigh more than 3,000 pounds. The Balor flame demon was as tall as a giant and weighed more than 4,500 pounds. At present, Sauron's height had far exceeded that of many demons. He looked like a small giant, but his weight was only about 1,000 pounds. The final form of the Balor demon could even suppress most of the giant-type creatures in terms of size. At that time, relying on the natural 35 points of strength and the huge size advantage, the Balor demon's beheading attack would become extremely dangerous. At this time, Sauron's attributes had changed. Name: Sauron. Race: demon. Form: flaming demon grade 4. Elite: large creature level. Creature level 18. Attributes: strength 27, agility 20, constitution 24, intelligence 18, wisdom 18, charm 21. Alignment: lawful evil. Note: other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health: 72275. Demon power: 03000. Skills: sneak 125, deception 75, negotiate 85, literacy 100, intimidation 210, spell identification 90, use magic device 90, listen 85, detect 85, search 70. Abilities: fear gaze, fear aura, flame body, flame whip, bind, demon claws, +1 natural magic weapon, demon skin damage reduction +10, demon resistance, all resistances +10. Abilities: multi-attack, fierce attack, weapon mastery, longsword variant weapon mastery, whip. Spell-like abilities: greater teleportation, fear cast at will, fireball 3 times a day instant cast, dominate demon, once a day, burning hand, summon demon, telepathy. At this time, Sauron was very close to the Balor demon's ability. At present, what he lacked was the iconic dual-wielding, attack proficiency, cleave, and other abilities. There were also some spell-like abilities such as order, intimidate, true knowledge, blasphemous word, dominate monster, greater dispel magic, soul assimilation, and so on. The ability that must be mentioned was soul assimilation. This was an important power of a high-grade demon. It could be used to imprison the soul of a creature. In the future, if Sauron did not trust other demons, he could use soul assimilation to imprison the soul and eventually transform it into a demon. This kind of demon was born to serve him as the master. Both sides had a strong contract power. There were always such loyal demons around the demon lord. Of course, he couldn't create all his subordinates in this way, because it would take too much energy and strength. Moreover, high-quality souls were quite difficult to find. Golumba Arena. The goblin demon warlock's expression was stunned. It never dreamed that Sauron would actually win the final victory, and it seemed that after defeating a centaur, he was on the verge of advancing. This meant that a legendary Balor demon might be born in the Golumba Arena. Anger. This was the first emotion, but then it realized that this was a business opportunity. The appearance of Sauron, as well as the fact that Sauron was about to make a breakthrough, all of these could be considered as the most important bet in the Gerudo Arena. With his business acumen, he could at least list out the contents of 3 bets, including whether Sauron could successfully make a breakthrough, how many battles he could endure in the Death Arena, whether he could become the final victor, and so on. A Balor demon who was about to advance. This was definitely a gimmick that attracted people's attention. Maybe even those neutral evil demons might participate in the bet. Moreover, the goblin demon warlock had an even bolder idea in its mind. In the Golumba Arena, there was an abyssal demon dragon. Although it couldn't personally participate in the battle, it wasn't impossible to get a black dragon or something. Balor demon versus dragon. This would definitely be the most eye-catching battle in the Golumba Arena in recent years. As for the result of the bet, it would naturally be secretly controlled by them. Chapter 567. Night fell. Arendelle's port area was still bustling with activity. Since the opening of the southern route, the kingdom's trade had increased by at least 30%. As one of the few kingdoms that had not been invaded, Arendelle had become the first choice of many merchants. Some had even secretly moved their family properties to settle down here. Princess Royal's powerful strength was a form of protection. As long as Arendelle had Princess Royal, no one would dare to provoke Arendelle. In a dark alley, two sneaky figures were approaching. They showed each other something and then quickly went into the alley next to them. The eldest son of the Thornflower Grand Duke is on his way here. A gloomy-looking man leaned forward and slowly said, "Our undercover agent is among his group. We can get their movements at any time." "What is Second Prince's plan?" The other person was a middle-aged aristocrat with a scholarly look. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy. He reached out with his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. He said in a deep voice, "Can we kill him?" The gloomy-looking man hesitated and slowly said, "It will be difficult. The eldest son of the Thornflower Grand Duke has a very powerful wizard beside him. If we kill him, I'm afraid we will have to suffer a lot of casualties. Besides, if we do that, won't we anger Princess Royal of Arendelle? Her strength is unfathomable. Even the shadow thieves do not dare to offend her." The middle-aged aristocrat glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "As long as we kill him before he arrives in Arendelle, there will be no problems. Once he arrives in Arendelle, he will naturally be under the protection of Princess Royal. Princess Royal will not allow others to assassinate her guests in her territory. This is a provocation to her dignity. However, if he is killed before he arrives in Arendelle, it will have nothing to do with her. The second son of the Thornflower Grand Duke has died. The third son is a good-for-nothing. The fourth son is still quite young. If we can kill his eldest son, then..." At this point he couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly the other party already knew the result. The gloomy man hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "I can contact the assassins, but I'm not sure if I'll succeed. They're asking for a high price." The middle-aged noble nodded and said, "No problem. I'll transfer the funds to you immediately." The night gradually deepened. The two of them chatted for a long time before leaving in different directions. One of them entered the tavern, while the other returned to the residence of the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom, Southern Duchy, Windspear Hills territory. In an exquisitely decorated mansion, a group of young noblemen and women were holding a banquet. Exquisite pastries were placed on the long table, and the bards of the tavern were invited to perform here. The focus of the audience was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair. The young nobles were trying their best to show off their strengths in front of her like peacocks courting a mate. From time to time, the other noble women would look at her with envy and jealousy. However, when they saw her beauty and the incomparably expensive jewelry she wore, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of frustration. Young, beautiful, rich, with a noble birth and excellent bloodline, the woman in front of them had become the target of the nobles of the Southern Duchy since she appeared. Arendelle was Princess Anna's best friend, a distinguished guest of the royal court, and had her own chamber of commerce. Adele Isabella looked at everything in front of her with boredom. In her opinion, the flaunting of these nobles was so ridiculous. Apart from the gifts left by their fathers, many of them were ignorant and incompetent people, especially those who wanted to show off their martial arts in front of her. She could even easily deal with them all with one hand. At this moment, her appearance was very different from before. She was a woman who was good at learning and smart enough. With simple training, she had grasped everything a noble woman should know. Her hair had turned a beautiful golden color, and her expression was always graceful and elegant with a decent smile. Occasionally, her gaze would fall on a noble, and they would immediately become excited. No one could guess what she was thinking. Although she had been in and out of various banquets during this time, she had maintained a good relationship with everyone. There were many noble children who wanted to win her heart, but no one knew that all of this was a joke in her eyes. "My dear sister." Rafi's Isabella, who should be her cousin in name, came over. He was a young and handsome man with long blonde hair. He had inherited the excellent bloodline left by his father, But his face was pale and he seemed to have drunk too much. Ever since she returned to the southern duchy, her nominal cousin had started to crazily pursue her, not only because of her beauty, but also because of her astonishing wealth. Adele Isabella showed an elegant smile and avoided the other party's hand without leaving a trace. When the other party's expression was a little surprised, she smiled at the right time and said slowly, "Cousin Raphael, it seems a little boring here. Why don't we go out for a walk?" The young noble children cast envious eyes, and Rafis nodded with surprise and a little pride. Adele Isabella watched all this with a tranquil gaze. Probably no one knew that in her heart, this cheap cousin in front of her was already a half-dead man, and the nature of a pirate had been left in her bones. According to the original plan and her mission, her cheap cousin would die in an accident not long after. He might die in the hands of bandits, or he might die for other reasons. The process was not important. What was important was that he must die. As a descendant of Isabella, she would also be eligible for inheritance. This would be a large territory near the south coast. The mission had begun. All the plans were working normally. Although nominally controlling a chamber of commerce, Adele Isabella was actually controlling an army behind the curtain, including the elite troops disguised as caravan guards, as well as the assassins from Mordor City. Recently, some small accidents had happened in the southern duchy, and some nobles had died. No one knew who was behind the scenes, and it was estimated that no one would be willing to investigate at this time. After all, these accidents did not seem to have any problems. Before leaving, Adele quietly winked to the side, and soon a rogue disguised as a servant quietly left. No one knew where he went, but Adele knew that the time was ripe. The mission given by His Excellency Soren. Soon, she could complete it beautifully, and presumably this would be rewarded by His Excellency. Chapter 568. Outside the gorgeous noble manor. A young man walked out cautiously. He looked around and then disappeared into the shadows. This was an advanced rogue. Maybe he was not very strong, but it was easy to deal with a few noble guards. The young man went all the way outside. At this moment, there were already 3 men waiting for him nearby. Most of the pirates' images were not up to standard, so those who stayed by Adele Isabella's side as followers were basically selected to look more normal. These people still had to pay attention to their image, but the people who operated in the dark did not have so many concerns. In front of him were 3 old pirates, one of whom even participated in the battle against the Swamp King. "How's the plan going?" The young man glanced at the others who were already present and said in a deep voice, "There must be no mistakes in the task given by His Excellency Beheader." The middle-aged man, whose left ear was missing a section, seemed to have been bitten off by something, nodded and replied, "The bandits and robbers nearby have all been taken in by us. These guys don't know our identity at all, and they didn't alert the other forces. Some bandits and robbers were hiding in the wild forest. Not many people would care too much about them." "Very good." A cold light appeared in the young man's eyes, and he whispered, "It's almost time to let that annoying noble die. Next, it's about the inheritance of the territory. Lady Adele must be the first heir of the Windspear territory." The 3 men looked at each other and said, "Understood." The territory of the Southern Principality. Even idiots should know that His Excellency Soren was going to attack the kingdom near the south coast. This would be an important starting point, and the key for their forces to break through the coastal blockade and go deep into the Southern Principality. The Mordor threat was fermenting little by little. Their task must be accelerated. Before the other nobles became aware of this, everything would become an established fact. At that time, even if they found out, it would be difficult to stop them, unless they dared to go to war with the city of Mordor. Northern Sea. A large warship slowly moved towards Arendelle. There were 2 medium-sized frigates next to it. The sailors on the deck were all navy, and they had the Thornflower logo on their chests. "Teacher." A young and elegant nobleman walked onto the deck. He had a scholarly aura, and looked more like a scholar than a noble. Standing in front of him was a wizard who wasn't young. He didn't show any spell rings that represented his rank, but he could feel that he was a high-grade wizard. The nobleman walked over and lowered his head slightly. Are we really going to Arendelle? I think it will be very difficult for us to complete the task Father gave us. The strength of the Princess Royal of Arendelle is unfathomable, and the relationship between Princess Anna and the legendary Pirate King is unclear. It may not be a good thing to act rashly. If we anger the Pirate King, I'm worried. The old adept standing in front of him chuckled and shook his head. Loka, you still don't understand the crux of the matter. Our trip to Arendelle is not to let you compete with the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom and find a way to marry Princess Anna. Actually, our most important task is not to find a way to marry Princess Anna, but to prevent the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom from marrying Princess Anna. You're right. The Pirate King can't be easily offended, but if we can disrupt the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom's marriage proposal, it's not impossible to gain his favor. Your purpose this time is to make the other party fail, and it doesn't matter if you use some dishonorable means. I heard that His Royal Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom has a messy private life, and there are some unclear rumors about his father's secret lover. What you need to do now is to seize this point and completely destroy his image in the hearts of Princess Royal and Princess Anna. As for the marriage proposal, it's just a slogan. The Duke of Thornflower also knows that we are far away from Arendelle, and it's difficult for Princess Royal to choose us in all aspects. We're here to cause trouble. For this reason, it doesn't matter even if we use a little underhanded means. We're here to fight with His Royal Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom, to reduce the other party's image in the hearts of the two princesses of Arendelle. The old wizard's eyes were full of another kind of wisdom, and he directly and clearly told the young man everything he needed to do. Destroying the image of His Royal Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom was definitely much easier than winning the heart of Princess Anna. The young nobleman nodded, but he was still a little uneasy because he felt that the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom was not so easy to deal with. The other party might not be willing to see him come to Arendelle. South Coast, Raging Sand Island. The half-elf first mate held the information in his hand and couldn't help but frown and murmur. The second prince of the Falcon Kingdom? He's really looking for trouble. Bang. He threw the information on the table heavily, and then said in a deep voice, Men, prepare the warship. It looks like we're going to teach the Falcon Kingdom a little lesson. He actually dared to propose to Princess Anna of Arendelle. This news had not yet been sent to Soren, but it had already caused an uproar among many pirate leaders. This kind of thing was a provocation to them, because in the eyes of these pirate leaders, Princess Anna was undoubtedly Soren's woman. The relationship between Mordor City and Arendelle was getting closer and closer. The most important thing to maintain this relationship was the personal relationship between Sir Soren and Princess Anna. No matter what the outside world thought, no matter what the truth was, these pirate leaders insisted that these two people were very close. Arendelle was the closest ally of Mordor City. Interests. The pirate leaders valued their own interests and the interests of Mordor City. If Princess Anna really married an outsider, and the damn second prince of the Falcon Kingdom proposed successfully, then the relationship between Mordor City and Arendelle would gradually drift apart. This would affect the common interests of all pirate leaders, and Mordor City would also lose an important ally. This kind of thing was absolutely intolerable for the half-elf first mate who had always been ambitious. So, after receiving this news, he immediately decided to do it himself. He had to teach the other party a lesson. Mordor City, Northern Tower, Arendelle. The alliance of the Golden Triangle must not be destroyed by any external factors. The mainland area was already very chaotic, and the order of the coastal area was completely maintained by these three forces. The Yellow Robe. By now, there were some things that even Soren didn't know, but the pirate leaders under him would take the initiative to protect the interests of Mordor City. Princess Anna must not marry outside. Anyone who dared to propose to Princess Anna and tried to destroy the alliance of the three would be regarded as an enemy by these pirate leaders. Oh. Chapter 569. Mordor City. This was a very calm day. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the breeze was gentle. After the sky darkened, People who had long been accustomed to the regular life here returned to their homes. Even the pirates who had always been unruly now just had a drink in the tavern and returned to the barracks. It had to be said that the environment could really change a person. In a holistic environment, those who could not integrate into the group would eventually be eliminated, and the rest would gradually adapt to the rules here. It could be said that Mordor City had changed many people's camps. Whether they were good or evil, many pirates of the Chaos Camp had at least become neutral camp, and some even directly changed to the lawful camp. This was the power of the rules. When the children born in Mordor City grew up, they would naturally adapt to the order because of the environment. It was just like how adults taught children not to do illegal things from an early age. Perhaps there would still be some criminals, but most of them would still be law-abiding citizens. Soren was changing all of this. This change may not be obvious enough, but it fundamentally affected Mordor City. "You're back." The sister's smile was still so gentle. She gently put down her little nephew who had just been coaxed to sleep, and then smiled at George. "Why are you sweating? You're still dirty. Take off your clothes and go take a bath." George was now a reserve officer, and there was a hint of majesty in his body, but when he returned home, he still looked like a big boy. He smiled and said, "I was drinking in the tavern and practicing with a friend." "Okay, I'll change now." Just as he took off his clothes, suddenly George seemed to hear something. He couldn't help but tremble. Then he instantly held the long sword at his waist and said to his sister in a deep voice, "Stay at home and don't walk around. There's a situation outside." During this period of time, George's strength had increased significantly. George's strength had obviously improved, and the movement from the opposite street just now had alerted him. Mordor City was heavily guarded. However, as a reserve duty officer, he immediately put on his clothes, picked up his sword, and leaped up. He then rushed over the rooftop. Other figures could be seen on the roof. Many of them were garrison officers and reserve officers. They all took shortcuts and approached from the rooftops in a straight line. Rumble. A violent explosion was heard. In the south of Mordor City, there was a sudden burst of fire, followed by several houses in succession. They could vaguely hear the cries of civilians. Then came the sound of hurried and orderly footsteps. The patrol team heard the commotion and quickly approached. "This way." A blood-curdling scream rang out. George instantly pulled out his sword and called out to several of his colleagues beside him. Then they quickly dispersed and rushed over. Who was so bold? How dare he cause trouble in Mordor City? He had to teach these guys a lesson. Most of the reserve officers were middle-grade professionals. More than a dozen figures quickly approached, but when they saw the enemy in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. Devil! Although this was the first time they had seen demons with their own eyes, they still recognized these monsters the moment they saw them. An ugly, tall, and dangerous demon. The atmosphere of fear spread, and George found that his colleagues around him were a little pale. They seemed to be affected by the enemy. However, he still gritted his teeth and rushed up with his sword. Seeing him move, his colleagues who had been training with him immediately began to cover him. Whether the enemy was a demon or not, since they dared to cause trouble in Mordor City, they must pay the price. Laboratory. Gloria, who was analyzing the golem factory, suddenly stopped. Standing next to her was Fallen Witch. At this moment, her face changed slightly, and then she suddenly said, "Demon! A demon has sneaked into Mordor City." The light of teleportation appeared. The next moment, the figures of two witches appeared in the sky above Mordor City. At this time, many places in Mordor City were already on fire. There were priests rushing out of the half-elf temple, and the high priest soon appeared in front of them. "A demon has sneaked in. There are only small fries nearby." The high priest frowned and looked around. He said to Gloria and Fallen Witch beside him, "I will open the psionic energy field later, and then connect with you. I feel that a high-grade demon has sneaked in here, but I can't determine its location yet." The battle broke out. With just a glance, Gloria found that many of the enemies were low-grade demons. They seemed to be completely destroying the city. Now that the garrison army and the priests had rushed over, it should not be difficult to deal with them. Not good. As if thinking of something, Gloria's face suddenly changed. "Vivian, Rumble. An amazing explosion suddenly came from Soren's mansion. Gloria's face turned pale instantly. She directly teleported over there and said anxiously, "Vivian." It's Vivian's side. The defensive alert circle has been broken. The fire soared into the sky. When the three of them arrived, there were already many demon corpses in front of them. Lulu's petite body landed on their side, holding a cold dagger in her hand. Next to her was a dead demon. The little cat girl's arm was dripping blood. She looked a little flustered and said, "Demon. A very powerful demon." Vivian is awake. The demon is inside, and so is Vivian. Meow. Fallen Witch glanced at the corpses on the ground. Suddenly, she landed next to the corpse of a bald man. She kicked the corpse with her foot, then took a badge from the corpse's clothes and murmured, "Fear Church. Not good. This is the church that serves the Fear Lord." Gloria and Fallen Witch naturally knew about Vivian's hidden identity. So now the believers of the Fear Church and the demons of the Abyss appeared at the same time. Even an idiot could guess that they came for Vivian. Soren had just left not long ago. These believers of the Fear Church and the demons began to move. Obviously, they had been lurking near Mordor City in advance. This discovery made Gloria feel uneasy. She was worried about Vivian's current situation. Found it. A strange light suddenly appeared in the high priest's eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, "Over there. A greater demon. A legendary priest. And not good. Someone summoned the Slayer." Chapter 570. Ohoho. George leaned against the corner and gasped violently. In front of him was a killed demon, next to his injured colleagues, and a dead pirate captain. For a long time, George had some prejudice against pirates, which was roughly equivalent to the kind of, "It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature." Therefore, there were also various factions within the city of Mordor. The power of the pirate faction was naturally very strong, but the officers and soldiers selected from the half-elves were also very good. The two sides had competed a lot during this period of time. The dead pirate captain was George's opponent. But just now, this man covered in scars faced the devil's attack head-on in order to cover their flank attack. The huge force shattered his bones, and before George and the others could rescue him, the man died under the devil's hands. Even at the moment of death, this fierce man who had been drifting on the sea for half of his life still used his last strength to pierce the demon's throat, which allowed them to successfully kill the demon. A powerful demon. They had never faced such a dangerous enemy. Although they had heard of demons and devils in other parts of the continent, this was the first time in the territory of Mordor. George slowly stood up and came to the dead comrade. He slowly knelt down on one knee, and then closed the other party's eyes. Beside him, there were wounded people who helped each other stand up, calling for the priest to come, and at the same time, treating others nervously. The friendship between men was sometimes so simple. A moment ago, they might still be rivals of different factions, but now they were truly comrades worth trusting. May your soul rest in peace. George slowly clenched his long sword, glanced at the dead pirate captain in front of him, and then turned and walked out of the alley. The battle was not over yet. No matter who came, Mordor City had long become his new home. In order to protect his home, he was willing to fight until the last moment of his life. The peaceful and orderly life here must not be destroyed by others. Even a powerful demon could not affect the fighting spirit in his heart. Crossbowmen, get ready. The angry roar of the garrison officer came from the side, accompanied by neat footsteps. All the crossbowmen equipped with military crossbows appeared. The figures of the drow warriors leaped on the roof. The profession level of these drow warriors was much higher than ordinary people. Their natural racial advantage allowed them to quickly support various battlefields. Roar. A muffled dragon roar could be heard. The huge figure of the Quetzalcoatlus appeared in the night sky. It swooped down and grabbed the figure of a demon, then directly threw it down from a height of hundreds of meters. It was as if he felt some kind of summoning. The two-footed pterosaur suddenly became excited. It let out a high-pitched dragon roar, and then rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Formed the formation. All troops, get into formation. Don't scatter. Follow your training. Evacuate the civilians. Evacuate the nearby civilians. A series of angry roars rang out. Many of the pirates who had been on the battlefield for a long time had now grown up. As the High Priest's psionic force field expanded, they quickly received orders to evacuate the surrounding civilians, and at the same time, split up and surrounded the demons. Anyone who started a war in Mordor City must pay the price. Since these demons dared to come, then none of them could leave alive. The Quetzalcoatlus flew across the sky. Gloria was surprised for a moment before she quickly followed. The Fallen Witch was casting a fire protection spell, because the area before her eyes was about to turn into a sea of fire. A faint roar could be heard. When the two legendary witches arrived, the battle in front of them was almost over. Vivian's figure was suspended in midair. The Quetzalcoatlus slowly landed in front of her. The little girl held a dark magic sword in her hand, as if even the surrounding space was distorted. Sword of Destruction, legendary spell. The body of a higher demon, the body of a slaughterer, and a seriously injured legendary priest. A mysterious demon tattoo appeared on the side of Vivian's young face. A black princess dress seemed to be wrapped in some kind of powerful force. Behind her was a pair of demon wings that had grown much larger than before. Her expression was very calm. There were already many demon bodies around the little girl. She turned her head and glanced at Gloria, who had rushed over. Then she put the Sword of Destruction on the legendary priest's neck, and said in a majestic voice, "Surrender, or die." The legendary priest struggled. Vivian frowned slightly, waved the Sword of Destruction gently, and a head flew up. The blood was evaporated by the distorted space. The legendary spell Sword of Destruction, which was known as a divine artifact, was not something a priest could easily withstand. The corpse was dissipating. This was the power of space fragments, which directly disintegrated any matter that could not pass the judgment. The little girl killed a legendary priest as easily as crushing an ant. After confirming that there were no enemies nearby, she landed lightly in front of Gloria. "Vivian." Gloria's expression was a little surprised and murmured, "Are you okay?" Very powerful. The legendary spell was so easy to use. At this moment, Gloria even suspected that Vivian was stronger than the most powerful spellcaster she had ever met, the Northern Witch. A high-grade legendary spellcaster. Incredible power. Vivian's changes were no less than Soren's. "I'm fine." The little girl shook her head gently, then glanced at Gloria and said slowly, "Brother went out for something, right?" Gloria nodded slowly and hurriedly said, "Yes. But he will be back soon." Vivian shook her head, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, she gently landed on the back of the Quetzalcoatlus. She looked at Gloria calmly and whispered, "I'm leaving. This is my fate. I can't always run away. I always want to rely on my brother. I am the Witch of Fear. Fate has decided that I must face all of this personally. Please tell my brother. When it's time to end all of this, I will return to him. Now, I have to face my own fate." Speaking of this, the little girl's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally, she murmured in a voice that only she could hear, "Whether it's Vivian or Lillian, our fate is to defeat him to have a future. Let's go." "Vivian, you can't run away anymore. Brother said that there will be a bigger disaster coming. Only by defeating our own fate can we stay by brother's side and face everything. We are the twins of fear. Let those devils and believers tremble in fear under our name." Chapter 571. The huge body of the Quetzalcoatlus rose into the air. Looking at Vivian's determined expression, Gloria didn't know what to say for a while, and many words were stuck in her throat. At this moment, Vivian actually brought her a little pressure, which had never happened before. She felt the aura of the mentor's class on Vivian. She couldn't believe that Vivian had advanced to the advanced legendary strength of the Eye of the North. At the same time, there was a power of fear spreading. Although it was not directed at her, it still affected her a little. The wind whistled. Vivian's attitude was so determined that when the Quetzalcoatlus rose into the air, Gloria couldn't even stop her. Meow. But at this time, a petite figure suddenly rushed out, grabbed the tail of the Quetzalcoatlus, and then jumped on the back of the Quetzalcoatlus with amazing agility. She grabbed the skin of the Quetzalcoatlus and said anxiously, "Don't leave Lulu, meow." Meow. Lulu wants to go too. Lulu can help you. Meow. Lulu can fight 10 people by herself. Vivian's expression froze for a moment. Then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and said softly, "Okay. Then take Lulu with you. Hold on tight." The Quetzalcoatlus's huge body rose into the sky. Lulu's excited meow could be faintly heard in the air, and the wind blew the sand and stones around. Fallen Witch came over at this time and said slowly, "Aren't you going to stop her? If Soren comes back and doesn't see her, he may be very angry." Gloria shook her head gently and said, "It's useless. If she insists on going, we can't stop her at all. Besides, I left a magic mark on them, so I can track their location at any time." After all, she was an orthodox northern witch. When she saw Vivian's determined attitude, Gloria immediately prepared a backup plan. "Where are they going?" Fallen Witch stared at the Quetzalcoatlus in the sky and said in a low voice, "Soren values her more than his own life. I'm afraid that something bad might happen." Gloria's expression was solemn as she murmured, "It doesn't look like he's leaving this plane. As long as we don't leave this plane, there won't be any problems. She's probably preparing to deal with the Terror Church. I'll arrange for people to spread out now. We should be able to get news of her soon." Vivian was not a reckless little girl. Gloria had taught her for a long time, so she could clearly feel that Vivian was very similar to Soren. Make a plan and act. If Vivian really intended to face the Dreadlord personally, then the first thing she would deal with would be the Church of Fear. The demigod vampire had fallen. The interior of the Church of Fear had probably changed again. Looking at what Vivian said just now, the little girl seemed to want to recover this church as the Witch of Fear. With her current ability as a high-grade legendary spellcaster, it would not be difficult to remove the Church of Fear in the material plane. As long as she didn't leave the material plane to go to a place like the Abyss, no one could stop her even if she encountered any trouble. This was also the reason why Gloria was relieved to let her leave. Young birds would always spread their wings and fly high one day. Soren was an eagle soaring in the sky, so Vivian was probably not much worse. The battle in Mordor City continued. Edu pressed his arm and stood up slowly. The priest next to him quickly arrived. With the brilliance of the divine spell, the broken arm was reattached. Most of the demons had been dealt with, but there were still many places in Mordor City that were on fire. The nature of demons was to destroy, and they caused great chaos here. The casualties were much more serious than expected. Ordinary people were too weak when fighting against demons. The gap in basic attributes could easily cause a crushing effect. 3 of Edu's companions had already died in battle. Fire and smoke. The city garrison had begun to put out the fire, and there were cries of the old, weak, women and children. The half-elf garrison had more casualties, and the battle-hardened pirates had fewer casualties. But at this moment, everyone's face was dignified. Scattered battles still broke out in some corners. The appearance of the demons was unsettling. There was a sense of crisis. Edu returned to his residence after dealing with his injuries. The next thing would be taken over by the garrison. They were busy until dawn the next day before everything was dealt with. His sister's eyes were a little red. On one hand, she was worried about his injuries, and on the other hand, she didn't sleep all night. Edu also didn't sleep all night. When he got up the next day, he could see the burned houses on the opposite street. Although the security team had settled the civilians, many people were a little uneasy. He had long heard that there were traces of demons and devils in other places on the continent. Now demons also appeared in Mordor City. It seemed that the situation was not so optimistic. The efficiency of Mordor City was very high. The next day, all the order had been restored, and the burned houses were being rebuilt. Edu found that their training tasks were much stricter than before. Many of his colleagues' expressions were quite dignified. They gritted their teeth and silently endured more difficult combat training. A sense of crisis. When they formed a sense of identity with Mordor City, A new sense of crisis also appeared. Unlike the last time when the orcs attacked, this time they wanted to protect all of this with their own strength. The powerful strength of the demons gave them a lot of pressure. Pressure may knock a person down, but it may also force out more potential. Although they suffered heavy losses, but they also won the final victory. No demons who offended Mordor City left alive. So all these sacrifices were worth it. There were faint cries and prayers in his ears. The soldiers who died in battle were being buried by priests, praying for their souls to rest in the glory of God. Edu lifted the 300-pound stone lock and exercised silently. His burly body was full of sweat. Night fell. Since being promoted to a reserve officer, Edu seemed to have developed the habit of drinking a drink every day. But today he didn't have such an idea at all. The tavern seemed a little cold. The tired colleagues returned to their residence silently, preparing for tomorrow's difficult training. A crisis. A massacre. The city of Mordor had changed a little, but many people felt this small change. They put away some of their past laziness and began to work harder with a more serious attitude. This was Mordor City. This was their new home. Chapter 572. The second day of the Galumba Arena. When Sauron walked out of the lava tavern, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere here was a little tense. Many demons left in a panic, and occasionally, he could see the caravan of Ross demons and night witches leaving in a hurry. There was a place to inquire about information in the tavern. After throwing a few calamity coins to a ferocious-looking Onababa, Sauron quickly got the information he wanted to know. The demons were defeated again. The infernal demons attacked the rear of the 10,000 Abyss plane in the first layer of the Abyss, and the real elites of the devils pulled out several military fortresses of the demons in succession. What was even more disturbing was that the Blood Battle Fortress was transformed into a place of order by the devils. At present, 2 of the 8 infernal demons were stationed in the Blood Battle Fortress. According to the past, many demon lords should not sit still when encountering this kind of thing. Whether it was the succubus Queen Mechanut, the Knoll King, Yeenagu, the Tauren King, Buffett, the Undead Lord, the Balrog King, Woomians, etc. These demon lords should frantically reinforce the front line, and even send their elite forces to recapture the lost territory. But the problem now was just the opposite. All the demon lords did not move, and they had no intention of reinforcing the first layer of the Abyss. What was even more strange was that the devils also began to search for the defensive line. They clearly had a great advantage, but they did not pursue and destroy these demons. Instead, they retreated near the Blood Battle Fortress. It was said that the scale of the blood battle during this period was the smallest in hundreds of years. All the small-scale conflicts broke out, and many powerful demons and devils stopped moving. After hearing this news, the first reaction in Sauron's mind was the Avatar crisis. The blood battle was temporarily suspended. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the scale of the blood battle was directly reduced to a small group battle, and the main forces of both sides began to turn their eyes to other planes. The plane barrier had not weakened yet, but Sauron could feel that it was much easier to cross planes than in the past. When the Avatar crisis really began, the plane barrier would be shattered by the energy storm. At that time, even a timid demon could slip into other planes. The battle in the Galumba Arena continued. This was the 3rd level of the bottomless abyss. If they wanted to reach here, they would have to destroy the 2nd level. Therefore, the demons were not afraid. It was a gray day. When Sauron stepped onto the Galumba Arena again, the demons in the audience immediately howled in excitement. Sauron! Sauron! The Beheader Sauron! 2 battles. Sauron had accumulated a lot of popularity here. Even the nearby demons had heard of the rising flaming demon gladiator. If Sauron advanced to become a flame demon, then it was very likely that demons would submit to him. A demon's thoughts were that simple. In order to avoid becoming slaves, weak demons often hoped to become subordinates of powerful demons. After all, subordinates had a much higher status than slaves. However, this required a Styx contract. The contract had a lot of restrictions on demons. The The contract that was really effective in the abyss was the Styx Oath. Even demons could not easily violate it. Many mortals signed ordinary contracts with demons, but the end result was quite miserable. The demons directly tore the contract and killed the other party. The Styx Oath was one of the oldest contracts. In the abyss, many subordinates of legendary demons directly used the Styx Oath to maintain their relationship. They worshipped the strong. This was the nature of demons. Otherwise, there would not be succubus maids knocking on the door in the middle of the night in Sauron's room. It seems that our beheader Sauron is very popular. The goblin fiend warlock smirked as he looked around. Then he stood on the high platform of the arena, and an excited smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Today will be an extremely exciting battle, because today is the Chaos Battle. Later, there will be 8 powerful gladiators on the stage at the same time. They are all terrifying warriors. Only the last person alive can win. Chaos Battle." Hearing the voice of the goblin demon warlock, the demons in the audience cheered enthusiastically. Their chaotic nature made them like this battle mode the most. A chaotic battle of gladiators. No one could predict who the final winner would be. Next, the goblin demon warlock saw that the atmosphere in the arena had been stirred up. He was quite proud and said loudly, "Let's welcome our first contestant." Mind Flayer lies. The heavy iron gate rose, and a strange creature in a dark robe floated out. It was covered in a powerful psionic force field, and had a trace of demonic aura. Its face looked like a humanoid octopus monster, with 4 disgusting tentacles. Its skin was a strange lavender color, and it was covered with some kind of mucus. Mind Flayers were hermaphroditic creatures. Their nature was like that of drows and spiders. In their long history, they were extremely violent and cruel. To deal with their enemies, the Mind Flayers would tear the enemy's head and steal their brains. But it seemed that this was not all. The Mind Flayers preferred to use their psionic power to control the opponent's thoughts and turn them into their slaves. Adult Mind Flayers were quite dangerous. This was one of the most hated enemies in the Underdark, and this Mind Flayer from the Abyss was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Mind Flayers had an innate +8 intelligence bonus, and it required an extremely strong will to deal with them. Sauron frowned slightly. With the appearance of the Mind Flayer, the entire arena quieted down. The expressions of the demons were more interesting. Some were disgusted, and some were curious. This kind of monster was not very common in the Abyss. The goblin demon warlock was very satisfied with the expressions of the audience. He looked around and continued, "Now let's welcome our second contestant. From the depths of the Abyss, 10,000-eyed demon Abyss. Beholder grow doke. Rumble." The iron gate slowly rose, and a huge beholder floated in the air. Its single ferocious eye looked at everyone, and its bloody mouth seemed to be able to swallow everything. The demons were in an uproar. Obviously, the contestants in the arena today were beyond their expectations. The goblin demon warlock looked quite proud. He continued to speak in an excited tone. "Next is our third contestant. Frost giant Urgle." Rumble. Heavy footsteps sounded, and the whole ground seemed to be trembling slightly. A mutated giant of more than 5 meters tall slowly walked out. It was wearing simple armor, and held a metal mace that weighed more than 1,000 pounds in its hand. The whole arena was in an uproar. This time, the goblins were really generous. Almost all the gladiators that came out were quasi-legendary and above. Chapter 573. Giants were not born with high intelligence. The frost giant in front of them seemed to be affected by the chaotic will of the bottomless abyss. After it entered the arena with a huge mace, it immediately locked its target on the similarly huge beholder. It did not even wait for the battle to begin before it roared and rushed over. This guy's tenacity and resistance were a little scary. Although it had the strength of a half-legendary, it should be the most powerful among all the gladiators in terms of explosive power. Even Beholder might not be able to withstand 1 or 2 of its attacks. Sauron was in the form of a flaming demon. If he was hit by the frost giant's mace, he would be close to death. Hee. Looks like our frost giant. Urgle can't wait to taste the blood of the enemy. The goblin fiend warlock was not surprised at all by the frost giant's action. The nature of demons was chaotic. The power of the bottomless abyss affected everyone. Anyone who stayed in the abyss would have an invisible test of will. If the test of will did not pass, they might be affected by the chaotic will of the abyss. This was like any intelligent creature that entered the Elysium. They would have to go through a test of pleasure every day. Ordinary people would be affected by the chaotic will of the abyss. Once they entered the Elysium, they would not want to go out for the rest of their lives. Only a strong enough will could resist this characteristic of the realm. Boom. The heavy mace did not hit Beholder, but it smashed a hole in the ground. Beholder had psionic energy similar to an anti-gravity force field. It could directly float and fly at low altitude. It dodged the attack of the frost giant, and instantly shot out a ray of light. The mind flayer stood aside and watched coldly. It even retreated to a corner. These mind flayers were quite cunning and cruel. They also had the ability to control the thoughts of others. It also required a strong will to resist. If there were no surprises, no one would fight it first. Sauron also retreated. The strength of Beholder and the frost giant, Urgle, was not very different. One had all kinds of natural abilities, and the other had a violent bloodline. They could fight for a while. Don't worry. The goblin fiend warlock let out a strange laugh. He waved his hand and opened another gate. He said in a sharp voice, "The next one is the four-armed snake demon Karkin. It's a prisoner of the demon lord Miamid, Calamity Coin. If it's lucky enough to survive, it might be able to regain its freedom." Rumble. A heavy iron gate opened, and a snake demon with a naked upper body and 4 arms holding long swords appeared. It stared at everyone with its turbid reddish-yellow eyes, and then approached Sauron. A snake demon that was proficient in multiple attacks. Using 4 long swords at the same time to fight, it seemed like this guy was about to advance into a 6-armed snake demon. Its target was Sauron. The goblin demon warlock looked at the boiling arena in front of him, and waved his hand to open several gates. Then some other high-grade creatures appeared. There were beasts from the outer planes and other intermediate and high-grade devils. They were all enemies with a monster level of 15 and above. Next. The goblin fiend warlock took a deep breath and laughed maniacally. "Let's welcome our last contestant." Thump. 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 A huge vibration came. The largest steel gate under the goblin fiend warlock's feet opened. The heavy footsteps made the frost giant stop temporarily. The 4-armed snake demon was also careful not to get too close to Sauron, because it also realized that a greater danger was approaching. There was dead silence in the arena. An invisible pressure shrouded everyone. The high-grade devils looked dignified, and some of the intermediate and low-grade devils were pale with fear. Dragon's aura. A row of data appeared in front of Sauron. Affected by Dragon's aura. Force test of will immunity triggered. Test of will immunity passed. You resisted the effect of Dragon's aura. Sauron's expression was quite dignified. Even he did not expect that these devils and goblins could play such a big hand. Although it could be said that there were as many legends as dogs in the abyss, they were also scattered in the hundreds of layers of the plane space. Most of the legends in a plane were at the level of the leader. Creatures like dragons even occupied the territory near their lairs. It seemed that the rumor about the relationship between the demon lord Miamid, Calamity Coin, and the abyss demon dragon was true. There were a lot of dragons here. Rumble. A huge monster of 5 meters tall and 20 meters long appeared in front of everyone. When it came out of the dungeon, Sauron's expression could not help but be stunned because the creature he saw was a bit strange. It was a dragon, but it did have a strong dragon's aura. Its head was also 70% similar to a dragon, but its body was a bit strange. The huge dragon creature in front of him had very thick forelimbs and hind limbs, which meant that it had amazing attacking ability. Its body was obviously different from other dragons. It looked more like an earth dragon. The most eye-catching thing was its dragon wings, which were only 2 meters long. It looked like 2 congenitally deformed wings. It was impossible for such dragon wings to support it to fly. The dragon in front of him looked like some kind of congenitally deformed variant. Its scales were close to dark red. Its characteristics were a bit like a red dragon, but also a bit like a black dragon. It even had the ferocity of an abyss demon dragon. Its body surface temperature was very high. Sauron noticed that it would leave a slight scorch mark on the ground. Its heavy breathing was accompanied by a trace of flames, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur. There was also a kind of magma-like burning breath. This was a deformed hybrid dragon. It had the blood of a red dragon, and also the blood of a black dragon. Its living area should be near magma. It was basically immune to fire damage. Its dragon tail was quite strong. If you were hit by its tail, you would be seriously injured on the spot. According to the flames that appeared when it breathed, Sauron judged that its dragon breath was very strong. It was almost comparable to the most powerful red dragon among the 5 colors. The biggest flaw of the deformed dragon in front of him was its dragon wings. The dragon wings were congenitally deformed, so it could only live like an earth dragon. But, in terms of hand-to-hand combat ability on the ground, it was probably stronger than many adult dragons. Just at the first sight of the enemy, Sauron's mind was quickly analyzing its weaknesses and trump cards. Immunity to fire was the most troublesome thing. Sauron was not sure if his long sword could break its strong dragon scales. It looks like it. Sauron quietly moved his feet and secretly said, "The abyss dragon in front of me has the ability to fight at least 3 to 5 enemies." An adult dragon. Even if it was a mixed bloodline, its natural advantage was still very obvious. P.S. Futu's public WeChat account is Zushengfuta001. You can follow it. It will release plot information and extras regularly. Chapter 574. Very strong. A very powerful enemy. The challenge rating of the deformed dragon in front of them was estimated to be around 18, which meant that at least 5 well-equipped adventure teams with profession level 18 were needed to successfully kill it, and there might even be some casualties. Now there were a total of 8 players in the entire arena. In addition to this strange deformed dragon, there were a total of 7 gladiators. Among them, the frost giant could basically be ignored. It had been wildly chasing after Beholder, and its rationality had almost disappeared. Only the remaining 5 people could possibly kill this dragon together. But the problem now was that there was only one winner in the arena, and it was quite difficult for them to work together. A treacherous smile appeared on the face of the goblin fiend warlock, and it said in a sharp voice, "The last player is the hybrid magma dragon that lives in the lava volcano. It has the blood of the red dragon and the abyssal dragon. It is the pet of the great demon Lord Miamed, Calamity Coin. Now, let's see who will win the final victory." Having said that, the goblin fiend warlock looked at Sauron in the distance. Among all the players in the arena, Sauron's strength should be in the top 3. After all, the Balrog was also a legendary creature comparable to the dragon. Obviously, Sauron was not far from the Balrog. However, with his strength alone, he may not be able to defeat the hybrid dragon in front of him. Thinking of this, he could not help but look forward to the final result. The demon lord Miamed, Calamity Coin, had formed an alliance with an abyssal dragon. Dragons were inherently lustful, and the abyssal dragon had a wide range of preferences. It had many deformed species, but only a few could live to adulthood. The one in front of them belonged to the kind that was abandoned. Boom. The chaotic nature distorted the will of this hybrid dragon. After entering the arena, it immediately rushed forward at high speed and directly hit the berserk frost giant in front of it. It couldn't be helped. The frost giant was the largest and the easiest to attract the dragon's attention. The 5-meter-tall frost giant looked as if it had been hit by a train and was sent flying far away. The giant's size was a little small compared to the giant dragon, not to mention that the hybrid giant dragon's strength was suppressing. Dragon's breath. After severely injuring the frost giant, the mixed-blood lava dragon in front of him took a deep breath. Its chest was larger than that of an ordinary dragon. When it breathed, its whole body seemed to expand. Then, a wave of scorching dragon breath flames gushed out. The ferocious dragon swayed its head, and terrifying flames covered an area of more than 50 meters. As a mixed-blood dragon, its dragon breath had a wider range than the red dragon, and it lasted much longer. Dragon tail sweep. The strong dragon tail lashed out the moment the dragon breath ended, sending an enemy flying more than 10 meters away. The magma dragon rushed toward the frost giant at high speed, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on its head. With a crunching sound, the frost giant's head was bitten off in an instant. Instant kill. In just the first round of attacks, the frost giant died, and the other two were injured. Although the magma dragon's chaotic nature affected it, its intelligence was not low. At first glance, it judged that the frost giant with a mace that weighed more than 1,000 pounds was the biggest threat to it. Even a dragon would not be able to withstand a few hits from such a heavy weapon. In addition, the frost giant's natural breath was very annoying to the magma dragon, so it was natural for it to be the first target. We must work together. Sauron realized this in an instant. Almost no one else present could fight against this dragon. If they did not work together, everyone would die here. Only if they worked together to kill the dragon first, the rest of the people would have a chance to survive. A wave of psionic power came. Unknowingly, several middle-rank demons had appeared beside the Mind Flayer as meat shields. Upon closer inspection, the audience behind it was actually empty. Sauron's expression froze for a moment. Then he realized that these demons were all demons in the audience seats of the arena. They were directly captured by the Mind Flayer using mind control. It seemed that the Mind Flayer was preparing to use these demons as cannon fodder and meat shields. Sauron did not know if such a move was against the rules, but looking at the expressions of the nearby demons and goblins, it seemed that such a situation was allowed by them. In fact, according to the rules of the Galumba arena, if a demon came to the arena, it was equivalent to joining this death battle. With the chaotic nature of demons, there would occasionally be guys who felt that they were tired of living and directly jumped from the audience into the arena. This behavior was recognized in the Galumba arena. Obviously, those demons who came down were not voluntary. They were controlled by the Mind Flayer. Such a situation frightened the nearby demons, and they retreated one after another. They avoided the Mind Flayer as if they were avoiding the plague. They did not even have the mood to watch the duel. Now there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to not get close to the Mind Flayer. It was too dangerous. The cannon fodder was in position. After using powerful psionic energy to directly capture the demons in the audience as cannon fodder, the Mind Flayer immediately transmitted a message to the others in the arena. We must work together to deal with this dragon. Otherwise, no one can win against it alone. Everyone was going to die here. I'll control people and attract attention. You guys find a chance to attack. There was no time to discuss tactics. The powerful hybrid dragon had already pounced on the second gladiator. The demon cannon fodder charged. The Mind Flayer's enslavement ability was far beyond any other race. A Mind Flayer could control the minds of multiple slaves at the same time. Even after the death of a cannon fodder, it could immediately find new cannon fodder from the audience. In order to prove its sincerity, the Mind Flayer immediately let the demon cannon fodder charge forward with a probing attack at the same time. The first to respond was the Beholder. Because after the death of the frost giant, it was the second large target. It was easy to become the dragon's primary target. Rays of light shot out. The Beholder floated in the air with the help of psionic energy. Following the Mind Flayer, it directly tried to use spells to control the demons next to the audience as cannon fodder. The two major slave owners in the Underdark. Naturally, the Mind Flayers ranked first. They had once enslaved the entire Grey Dwarf race, and their ability to control minds was one of the few in the multiverse. However, the Beholders also had a large number of slaves in the Dark Zone. In just one round, these two evil creatures that were close to the legendary level controlled 7 or 8 demon cannon fodder. Although their strength was obviously much weaker than the gladiators, they could be used to attract the attention of the enemy and exhaust the opponent for a while. At this moment, the demons in the spectator seats were really unlucky. The opponents participating in the duel today were a little different from what they saw in the past. Occasionally, there would be battles where innocent people were injured, but those were just accidents. Everything that had happened today had been intentional. The goblin demon warlock looked at everything in front of it with a strange expression. There was a playful smile on its face as if it had no intention of stopping it. Inside the Galumba arena. As long as you entered the arena, you would be considered to have joined the battle. It didn't matter if you jumped down on purpose, fell down by accident, or was controlled by someone. This was all in line with the rules of the Galumba arena. In the chaotic nature of the Goblin Demon Warlock, this death battle had obviously become more exciting because of the Mind Flayer and the beholder's actions of capturing cannon fodder. The battle was still going on. The demon cannon fodder was consumed very quickly. Perhaps it was annoyed by these little bugs. The lava dragon could not help but take a deep breath again. But at this moment, Sauron's figure suddenly moved. He rushed to the dragon in front of him from the side. The demonic wings on his back flapped. He held the long sword with both hands at an amazing speed, and pierced the dragon's chest where the dragon was spitting out dragon breath. On the other side of the arena, the four-armed Naga's expression was a little hesitant, but in the end, it went around the dragon from the other side. In terms of physical damage, the four-armed Naga was definitely more powerful than Sauron. It might even be more powerful than the Frost Giant. Among all the gladiators present, only it could cause huge damage to the dragon in a short period of time. Only by killing the dragon could they possibly become the final victors. Chapter 575. Rumble. The magma dragon's tail was covered with sharp bone spikes that looked like a meteor hammer. When it unleashed its draconic aura, a strong gust of wind blew. Not only did it break the spine of a cannon fodder who dared to block its path, it even smashed a dent in the sturdy wall of the Garuba arena. As a deformed mutated dragon, the magma dragon in front of him did not have the ability to fly. It usually lived like a land dragon. Normal dragons would exercise their hind limbs and wings more in their daily activities, so all the strong muscles were concentrated in this area. The deformed magma dragon in front of him lived like a land dragon, so its forelimbs were also very developed. Its back muscles were quite strong, and this strength extended to the dragon's tail. This was the dragon that Sauron had seen using dragon tail sweep the most times, and it was also the most powerful dragon. A scorching dragon's breath was spat out. Sauron flapped the demon wings on his back that were getting bigger and bigger. He increased his speed to the limit in an instant, almost flying close to the ground at a low altitude. He brushed past the scorching dragon's breath in an instant. Then he swung his sword and stabbed the magma dragon's chest. The dragon's breath touched Sauron's body. This flame that was enough to turn mortals into ashes only ignited his whole body. The dark red skin automatically ignited the flame, and a surge of raging fire awakened his own flame body. Poochie. The moment the magma dragon took a deep breath and spat out the dragon's breath, Sauron stabbed its chest. With the hot dragon's blood spilling out, a fire snake suddenly began to shoot out from its chest. The dragon's breath leaked out. The dragon's physiological form was special. The dragon's breath was sprayed out from its chest. Now that Sauron's sword pierced through its chest, when it suffered a certain degree of damage, the dragon's breath also sprayed out from the hole below. All of a sudden, the power of the dragon's breath, which originally covered a wide range, was reduced a lot. The dragon's breath and dragon's blood spilled on Sauron's body. The dark red dragon's blood was abnormally hot, like a red-hot soldering iron. If it fell on other people, their skin would be burned at once. However, when the dragon's blood fell on Sauron's body, it was like adding oil to the fire in an instant. In an instant, the fire on his body became more vigorous. The blood had a scorching breath. After igniting the fire on his body, it turned into a trace of power that penetrated his body. Uncontrollable restlessness and fanaticism. In an instant, the fire on Sauron's body doubled. He roared and slashed his hand. The wound became bigger and bigger, and more dragon's blood spilled on his body. This was a magma dragon. As a mutated hybrid dragon, its living habits were a little different from other dragons because it lived near magma. It was immune to fire. It had a flame dragon's breath. Its blood was as hot as magma, which was very deadly to any mortal. Sauron was a fire demon. He had advanced to the elite form, and was only one step away from becoming a flame demon. He was also immune to fire damage. As the pre-demon form of the Baler, fire was like an instinctive power for Sauron. Rumble. There was a violent explosion. Sauron's body suddenly burst out with flames, and then there was a crackling sound on his body. His body grew bigger, and he was nearly 5 centimeters taller. The lava-like dragon blood splattered all over his body. His dark red demonic skin seemed to have been infused with some other power. The strange demon tattoo emitted a demonic red flame, and Sauron's body gradually changed. The demon horn on his forehead curved upward slightly, and it looked a little like the outline of a dragon's horn. From his cheeks to his earlobes, new demon tattoos appeared where the dragon blood was poured on his head. The sharp demon claws were dyed dark red. With the huge body of the magma dragon, the dragon blood spewing out almost covered Sauron's whole body. A row of data appeared in front of him. Attribute compatibility. Dragon blood baptism. Effect triggered. Fire demon form advanced mutation. Magma dragon blood merged. Energy extraction. Energy fusion. Advanced mutation triggered. Fire demon form temporarily changed to flame demon form. Flame body, temporarily upgraded to flame body. You temporarily mastered Beheader Sword ability. You temporarily mastered Order. Deterrence ability. You temporarily mastered Soul Assimilation ability. You temporarily mastered Cleave ability. You temporarily mastered Attack First ability. You temporarily mastered Dual Wielding ability. You temporarily mastered Telekinesis ability. You temporarily mastered Blasphemy ability. Roar. A roar suddenly reverberated in the arena. Amidst the crackling sounds of his bones, Sauron's figure seemed to have ignited and exploded all of a sudden. The area covered by his body of flames doubled, and the dragon blood that spilled on his body seemed to have been poured on him like gasoline. The heat wave of the impact was unbearable even for the demons in the spectator seats of the arena. Flame demon form. A flame shadow dodged from the sharp claws of the lava dragon, and then Sauron's figure flew into the air. The demon wings that were getting bigger and bigger flapped slightly. Sauron's whole body was shrouded in flames. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a human silhouette wrapped in flames could be seen. Flame demon. Flame demon. Sauron the Beheader has become a flame demon. As one of the most powerful demons in the abyss, the form of the flame demon had long been known to other demons, so Sauron's sudden mutation could not be hidden from anyone. Such terrible flames and the breath of this high-grade demon. They were sure that Sauron had become a powerful flame demon. A terrible demon who could defeat a dragon. Whirlwind slash. Sauron's pupils were like fire. He stared at the lava dragon in front of him. Suddenly, he flapped his demon wings and swooped down from the air. Then in an instant he swung his sword toward the lava dragon's neck. Temporarily evolved into flame demon form. Whether it was his own ability or attributes, Sauron had been greatly improved. However, he also felt that the power that seeped into his body was being consumed bit by bit. This power came from the blood of the magma dragon in front of him, and not his own power. Therefore he needed more dragon blood. Only more dragon blood could continue to maintain his flame demon form. This dragon blood had the power of lava. For him, it was like a warrior suddenly drinking a bottle of giant strength potion. Chapter 576. Sword form beheading. The burning sword slashed toward the head of the magma dragon, but it was blocked by the dragon's back. The strong dragon scales effectively protected Sauron from the fatal blow. With the sound of metal hitting, he only slightly broke the dragon scales on the back of the magma dragon, and did not even penetrate the muscle layer. This kind of injury was nothing for a dragon. Any physical damage that could not penetrate the muscle layer and attack the internal organs was difficult to pose a fatal threat to them. However, a stream of dragon blood splashed out. The dragon blood stained Sauron's body, and as long as it touched the fire on his body, it immediately ignited like gasoline, and then turned into a more scorching fire all over the battlefield. The consumed power was recovering. Sauron could feel that as long as he succeeded in staining the dragon blood, the power consumed in the Balrog form could be recovered a lot. More dragon blood. He must have more dragon blood. Even if he transformed into the form of the Balrog, he could not completely suppress the magma dragon in front of him. He must ensure that he could maintain the power of the Balrog form to win the final victory. Roar! The magma dragon's painful roar sounded. Just as Sauron fought with the magma dragon, the four-armed snake demon also went behind it. This warrior with 4 arms and 4 long swords at the same time was simply a killing machine. Its speed was like a whirlwind compared to Sauron's. With the high-speed sprint of the snake tail, the 4-armed snake demon launched a spinning attack in an instant. The 4 long swords staggered and rotated at the same time, and slashed the lower body of the magma dragon. The dragon's scales were broken by the amazing power of the snake demon, and then a bloody wound appeared. Dragon tail sweep. A huge roar came, and the 4-armed snake demon directly crawled on the ground like a snake sprinting. It actually avoided a fatal dragon tail sweep attack by a hair's breadth. The beam of the beholder hit the head of the magma dragon. The Mind Flayer seemed to have some concerns about Sauron's sudden change. It temporarily stopped the attack, and just controlled the demon cannon fodder to rush forward. Raging flames surged. Sauron's figure rose into the air. The demon wings of the Balrog could support him to fly at a low altitude, which was a huge advantage for him, because the biggest weakness of the lava dragon in front of him was that it could not fly. Its pair of deformed dragon wings were completely decorative. Decapitation. The scorching longsword slashed down again. When the magma dragon saw that it couldn't hit Sauron, it immediately rushed to the 4-armed snake devil beside him. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath at Devil in the distance. Even in the face of multiple enemies at the same time, the magma dragon's powerful vitality and defensive ability that were unique to the dragon race still allowed it to be on par with it. Clang! Clang! As the dragon's tail swept over, Sauron's figure was sent flying. A feint! The lava dragon in front of him knew how to trick him. It looked like it was attacking Devil and 4-armed Naga, but it was actually tricking Sauron into attacking it with its tail. Plop! Sauron's figure flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. Facing the huge magma dragon, he rolled to avoid the opponent's attack, and then rushed to the position where the 4-armed Naga hit the magma dragon at the beginning. The ground was full of hot dragon blood. The dragon blood burned as soon as it touched Sauron's flame, and then he flapped his demon wings again and flew into the air. The magma dragon was so angry that it roared. This time, it rushed to Devil on the side again. Since Sauron did not dare to come down to fight with it, it attacked other enemies. With the natural advantage of the dragon's size and strength, no one in the entire arena could resist its attack head-on. Dragon blood. More dragon blood. The consumption of maintaining the Balrog form was huge. The power of the legendary level was not what his current form could provide. Sauron had to rely on the dragon blood to maintain the form of the Balrog. Rumble. Seeing that the magma dragon had forced her into a corner, Devil finally had no choice but to use her life-saving ability, which was an instant short-distance teleportation. The huge charging force made the magma dragon directly hit the wall of the Galumba arena. This directly caused a corner of the arena to collapse, but it did not seem to be affected too much. It just shook its head a little, and turned around to continue to charge at Devil. Sauron was the most threatening physical attack it knew, and Devil was the most threatening long-range attack it knew. What a strong resistance! This kind of violent collision did not make it dizzy. Under normal circumstances, almost all physical damage would not cause any obvious negative status effects. Boom! The magma dragon's body that was more than 10 meters long charged again. Seeing that it was about to rush over, the first to move was not Devil, but the demons on the opposite side of the arena. They were all like frightened rabbits and dodged to the left and right. Perhaps the players in the arena did not notice the collision just now. However, the demon spectators saw that 2 of them were caught in the collapse, and were directly submerged in a pile of rubble. This was a gigantic dragon. With its terrifying strength and huge body, it could directly smash open the city gate. Even the city wall that was not strong enough could collapse because of its attack. The magma dragon rushed over with a ferocious momentum. This time, The four-armed snake demon that was wandering on the side of the arena found an opportunity, and rushed over in an instant, and slashed the body of the magma dragon from behind. Bang! No one knew if the magma dragon had eyes on the back of its head. Sauron's attack was directly hit by the dragon's tail. Although the four-armed snake demon's attack hit the opponent, it was quickly swept away by the dragon's tail. Patter! The four-armed snake demon's body was directly slapped and smashed into the solid wall. Even the wall behind it had a slight crack. If the snake demon was not born with strong physical strength, it would have died. Another one was seriously injured. The suppression of the magma dragon's strength and size was too obvious. Sauron blocked its attack, but he was still sent flying and vomited blood. The four-armed snake demon's physique was probably not as good as his, so it was directly in a state of serious injury. Devil was once again forced into a corner. Its huge body was quite cumbersome, and didn't even have the ability to move on its own. As a huge meatball, it could only rely on its psionic power to fly at a low altitude. How could its speed be faster than the high-speed magma dragon? Opportunity! Just at the moment when the magma dragon sent the four-armed snake demon flying, Sauron once again perceived that this was an opportunity to attack. He instantly swooped down and slashed the enemy in front of him. However, at this moment, the mind flayer that had been holding back began to move. It gradually approached the heavily injured four-armed snake fiend. In the mind flayer's turbid eyes, a demonic light of magic emerged. The four-armed snake demon's body stiffened in an instant, and then its expression gradually became dull. Chapter 577. Shrill screams echoed in the sky above the Galumba arena. Although Sauron flew down from the sky to rescue, the magma dragon still chose to ignore Sauron's attack and directly hit or even kill the beholder in front of it. With its wisdom, it knew that it had to kill these annoying little bugs one by one. The beholder was undoubtedly the easiest to kill. In terms of size and speed, the beholder could not escape from its attack range. The magma dragon's bloody mouth bit the beholder's body, and the terrible bite force tore off a piece of flesh from the beholder's body. As everyone knew, the bite force of dragons was quite amazing. The bite force of a Tyrannosaurus rex dinosaur could even overturn a car. As one of the most powerful dragon species, the terrible bite force of the magma dragon in front of them was estimated to be able to penetrate the armor of a tank. It directly bit the side of the beholder's body, biting off one of the beholder's eye roots on the spot. As a special life form, the eye roots were the most important physiological organ of the beholder, and also one of its biggest weaknesses. The pain of being bitten off here was similar to the pain of having one's genitals cut off. One could imagine how shrill the scream was. With an eye root and a part of its body bitten off, the beholder almost entered a state of near death on the spot. But just when the magma dragon was about to kill the beholder in front of it in one breath, it suddenly let out a shrill scream. Sauron directly stabbed the beholder from its back, which was close to the dragon's genitals. The second shrill scream was heard. Because of the direction of the attack, Sauron could not attack the vital parts that were fatal enough, and the +1 longsword in his hand, even with the power of his Balrog transformation, could not penetrate the muscle layer of the magma dragon and hurt its internal organs. So he directly chose the obvious vital part of the back of the magma dragon's body. For any flesh and blood creature, their reproductive organs were an important area. This was a life and death battle. There were no morals, no rules. From an absolute rational point of view, the reproductive organs in the back of the body were the only place that could severely injure the opponent and temporarily affect its movement, and even force it to go crazy because of the pain. Sauron was a rogue. In the past, when he encountered an opponent that was too strong to defeat, he did not mind using the following 3 methods to get rid of the opponent. Magma Dragon's eyes were almost completely red because of the congested blood. Regardless of whether it was a male or a female, Sauron's stab from this angle, and almost half of the sword's depth, would cause great mental pain to both male and female creatures. Devil seemed to have gotten a chance to breathe. It tried to move its huge and injured body to the side. At this time, Sauron landed in front of it. His huge demonic wings flapped slightly, as if he wanted to attract the attention of the lava dragon to protect the eye demon behind him. Eye demon was touched, because it knew very few devils who would do such a thing. But in the next moment, its expression stiffened. Sauron suddenly turned around. With a 360-degree turn, he swung his burning longsword at Eye Devil, who was on the verge of death. It was a merciless attack that was mixed with immense strength. It was a one-hit kill. From Eye Devil's head to its lower body, a terrible sword mark ran through its huge eyeball in the center, almost cutting it in half. Its expression was still the same as before, with a trace of shock and disbelief. Eye Devil could not understand why the Balrog in front of it would save it from the bloody mouth of the lava dragon, and then turn around and kill it with a sword. Maybe this was the chaotic nature of demons. Sauron's move made the whole Golumba arena noisy. Many demons were excited by this sudden move. The goblin demon warlock was also a little shocked and murmured, "What a chaotic demon! If you want it to die, why did you save it? Since you saved it, why did you kill it?" Sure enough, these demons are crazy. Sauron saved Eye Devil, and Sauron turned around and killed Eye Devil. Some people did not understand this and thought it was the nature of demons, but some thought it was normal. The demon in front of them made them feel more like a devil. The lava dragon seemed to be a little confused by Sauron's behavior, but this did not affect its determination to kill the enemy in front of it. A ferocious mouth was about to bite him. Sauron rolled to avoid it, and then rose into the air with the help of the demon wings. The lava dragon took a deep breath. Facing the incoming dragon breath, Sauron's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that his opponent had made a fatal mistake. He was not afraid of the lava dragon's dragon breath at all. A surging flame dragon breath came out of the lava dragon's bloody mouth. The terrible flames could even melt steel, but all this was not enough to cause enough fatal damage to Sauron. The whistling of the wind sounded. Sauron directly rushed towards the terrifying dragon breath of the lava dragon. The enemy had made a fatal common sense mistake. The dragon was always confident in the power of the dragon breath. It thought that Sauron would dodge the dragon breath, but it did not expect Sauron to rush towards the dragon breath and stab its bloody mouth with his sword. The result of the battle could be reversed in an instant. The overwhelming dragon breath shrouded Sauron's figure. Even if he was immune to fire damage, the dragon breath still had a lot of effect on him. A trace of panic appeared on the lava dragon's face. It seemed that it had just realized that its subconscious dragon breath had brought about a fatal threat to itself. But it was all too late. Zorro's figure rushed over with the dragon's breath, and then directly stabbed into the magma dragon's bloody mouth with his sword. It was a fatal blow. The blade of the sword pierced through the upper jaw, which was not protected by dragon scales, directly into the brain. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, and the dust raised when the heavy object fell to the ground, the powerful magma dragon was actually killed by him just like that. And this fatal opportunity was created by the enemy for Sauron. The truly strong knew how to use any flaw to deal with the opponent. In terms of combat experience, the lava dragon might not encounter as much as Sauron in a year. After all, dragons often relied on their powerful strength to crush their opponents. The whole Golumba arena was dead silent. All the demons had a stunned expression on their faces, and then there was an uproar. Such a reversal of the situation made many spectators very excited. At this moment, Sauron used a flaw to deal with a powerful enemy, but he was now facing a difficult battle. That was to absorb the power of the lava dragon, or to use the soul assimilation ability of Balrog transformation, to extract a powerful legendary dragon soul. The latter was the legendary dragon soul. Adventurers preferred to call it the dragon crystal. Chapter 578. Dragon Crystal. This was what adventurers called it. Many mortals thought that the dragon crystal was dug out of the dragon's brain, but in fact, this was just a rumor. The dragon's body was just an ordinary biological structure of flesh and blood. Although there were many valuable materials, in fact, it was not out of the basic range of living creatures. The dragon crystal had considerable power, but this power was not given by the dragon's flesh and blood, but came from the dragon's powerful soul power. There was only one way to create the dragon crystal. That was at the moment of the dragon's death, with the help of the power of magic, it could be extracted and turned into a legendary soul crystal. The dragon crystal was a soul crystal. It was just that this was the most special and powerful kind of soul crystal. There were many ways to extract soul power, and Sauron was now in the form of Balrog. The dragon's soul power would dissipate very quickly, and the extraction of soul power must be done at the moment of the enemy's death. In the current state, Sauron mastered the ability of soul manipulation. Even without any gems, he could directly reshape the soul power of the magma dragon in front of him into a legendary dragon crystal. This was a crystal with great power, and it was of great value even to the gods. However, the price of extracting the soul power was that he would lose most of the enemy's power, and he could not rely on the power brought by the magma dragon to improve himself. The only good thing was that the dragon crystal was similar to a soul crystal, and it could also be directly absorbed. In other words, it was to store the soul power. If he intended to absorb it again, although the benefits might be reduced a little, he could still retain most of the power. The soul of the dragon was far stronger than that of other creatures. The value of the dragon crystal was not in direct absorption, but as a special material used to make the top legendary equipment, or as an important core of some artifacts. Sauron was faced with a choice. If he absorbed the power of the magma dragon, then he would not be able to get the dragon crystal, but he could advance to become a Balrog faster. However, if he used the soul assimilation to extract the dragon crystal, he would obtain a legendary special item. This item could be used to forge a divine artifact, or he could directly absorb the power within it, although there would be a little loss in doing so. Soul manipulation. Although Sauron hesitated for a moment, he quickly made a decision. It was quite difficult to obtain the dragon crystal through conventional means. Even if his body was a god, there was no way to obtain the dragon crystal when he killed the giant dragon. This was because his body did not have the divinity of death, soul, mystery, and he did not have the ability to master the soul summoning. Don't underestimate this spell-like ability. It was a soul spell above level 8. Even in the bottomless abyss, only the top demons could master it. The Balrog happened to be one of the powerful demons who mastered the power of the soul. Among the higher demons, there were only a handful who could play with souls and reshape them. There was a chance that this spell would fail because the soul contained endless mysteries. However, Sauron knew that the flame demons were one of the most special types of demons in the abyss. Their control over souls was naturally superior to other demons. Even the success rate of their soul manipulation was much higher than other legendary wizards. The probability of the spell failing was less than 1 in 10. A huge amount of soul power was extracted, and in Sauron's burning palm, a strange fiery red crystal appeared. The spell was a success. Sauron extracted the soul power of the lava dragon in front of him, and reshaped it into a legendary dragon crystal. A surge of power flowed into his body. Because the soul power was extracted and reshaped into the dragon crystal, Sauron's absorption of power was greatly reduced. The formation of the dragon crystal could not be hidden from anyone. The legendary level spiritual light was as dazzling as a torch. The demons in the audience couldn't help but show a trace of greed because the dragon crystal was a very rare treasure even for demons. Even the goblin demon warlock on the stage had a trace of greed and shock on his face. In the bottomless abyss, probably only the Balrog and the Balrog could extract the enemy's soul and reshape it so easily. A dragon crystal. The Mind Flayer's eyes burst out with dazzling light. Almost at the moment when Sauron finished casting the soul manipulation, it launched a mind control attack. Then, the four-armed snake demon with a dull expression rushed over crazily. It had been controlled by the Mind Flayer. The dragon crystal had countless uses. For any profession, it was a treasure of inestimable value. Perhaps there were many successful dragon slayers, but less than 10% of them obtained a dragon crystal. For the Mind Flayer, whether it was the battle in the arena or the dragon crystal that Sauron had just condensed with the soul manipulation, it was worth it to kill the enemy in front of it at all costs. Sauron's figure trembled on the spot. Then his expression returned to normal, But his eyes became extremely cold because a wave of soul power had collided with his will. A strong will. The Mind Flayer's face was a little pale because the mind control it had just sent out seemed to have hit an iron plate. An unbelievably strong mind. The heart of the Balrog in front of it did not seem like a demon, but more like a paladin or ascetic monk with a firm belief. My will is as strong as steel. Sauron stared at the Mind Flayer in front of him with eyes full of killing intent. He hated being controlled by the enemy the most. If charm could arouse his killing intent, then the mind control of the Mind Flayer made him burn with anger. The Mind Flayer must die. For a long time, Sauron had been tempering his will all the time just to deal with the situation in front of him. No one could control his mind. Law. Facing the four-armed snake demon that had been controlled by the Mind Flayer, and was rushing towards him like a madman, Sauron directly raised his hand and pointed forward, launching another powerful spell-like ability of the Balrog form. It was a 7th circle talent spell-like ability. The four-armed snake demon had been severely injured by the magma dragon, so the Mind Flayer could easily control its mind. Now it was rushing towards Sauron, and it was also affected by Law. In an instant, and its whole body was stiff in place. A 7th circle spell. This was a high-level spell that even Sauron himself could not release. Now, in the Balrog form, he did not even need to make too many casting movements and could easily cast it. The only drawback was that it could only be used once a day. Terrible flames appeared. Sauron was not in a hurry to kill the four-armed snake demon in front of him because the duration of Law was long enough. He swung his sword at the body of the magma dragon in front of him, and then let the hot dragon blood pour over his whole body. Dragon blood baptism. He needed more power to ensure that he could hold on until he killed the Mind Flayer. Chapter 579. Command Intimidate. This should be one of the most crushing spells for low-grade creatures. Unless the target's willpower was substantial, the immunity test would depend on the target's HP. Any creature with less than 150 HP would be intimidated on the spot. The duration of the immunity test depended on the target's HP. The duration of the immunity test was dependent on the target's HP. The immunity test would last for 1 to 6 seconds. However, if an ordinary person were to be intimidated by the immunity test could last for at least half an hour. The four-armed snake demon was already seriously injured, and its life force might not reach more than 150. For someone like Sauron, 6 seconds was enough for him to slice the enemy into pieces. So this spell was often used by priests to deal with spellcasters. If luck was not very good, even legendary wizards with insufficient life force would be intimidated on the spot. As for the final result, naturally there was no need to say more. Of course, this was not the best spell for priests to use to kill legendary wizards. Instead, it was the legendary command Death. Only priests who had mastered the divinities of slaughter, death, and life could learn this legendary divine spell, directly erasing any creature with less than 100 life points. No matter what the opponent was, whether it was a legendary wizard or a giant dragon, as long as there was no immunity to this spell, and the remaining life force was less than 100 points, it would be drained on the spot, and then die in an instant. To some extent, if Sauron's body had mastered the divinity of slaughter, he could give this divine spell to a legendary priest. Moreover, he could also use it himself. This spell was equivalent to the lowest version of Seize Life and Death, a relatively fatal spell that could potentially turn the situation around. 6 seconds. The Flame Demon's innate spell ability was quite terrifying. The four-armed snake demon controlled by command Intimidate had almost no chance of survival, so the Mind Flayer did not hesitate to choose to give up on it. When Sauron slashed at the four-armed snake demon, the Mind Flayer began to quickly cast a psionic protection spell on itself, and at the same time, tried to control Sauron's mind again. Blood splashed. The fire on Sauron's body became more and more vigorous. After killing many enemies in a row, his creature level was about to increase. If he had not extracted the power of the magma dragon and condensed it into a dragon crystal, he might have reached a creature level of 19, or even directly become a flame demon. But Sauron was a man who acted with a plan. Naturally, he had his own backup plan. That was the blood of the magma dragon. As long as he killed the mind flayer in front of him, he would immediately collect the blood of the magma dragon. If necessary, he could transform into the fire demon form again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. How could he decide to use the soul assimilation technique to reconstruct a dragon crystal so quickly? Blasphemy. Telekinesis. Sauron's figure turned into a ball of fire and descended from the sky. The mind flayer's face was extremely pale. In the battle of mind control, every attempt to attack made it feel as if its head had hit an iron plate. It really could not imagine that a demon's conviction could be so firm. This almost tangible willpower made it completely lose the possibility of controlling the other party's thoughts. Without being able to control the enemy, the mind flayer's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. However, there were other demon spectators nearby. The mind flayer immediately changed its target and began attacking the spectators around it, wanting to catch a batch of cannon fodder to restrain Sauron's strength. Blood splattered. A middle-grade demon was controlled by the mind flayer and jumped down, but it was killed by Sauron in an instant. Another wave of demonic power. Sauron was almost victorious. The blood of the magma dragon was still abundant enough to maintain his fire demon form for a while. Facing the desperate counterattack of the mind flayer, Sauron was not in a hurry to kill the other party, because he was gaining experience. The mind flayer could not control Sauron, and other spells were unlikely to defeat the powerful fire demon, so it tried to use a war of attrition to kill Sauron in front of it. It could be seen that its mind control ability was very strong. Few of those middle-grade and low-grade demons could pass its mind control test, so in the blink of an eye, 3 middle-grade and low-grade demons rushed down in a row, but they were quickly killed by Sauron. Demonic power. The psionic power of the mind flayer was rapidly consumed, but the power accumulated by Sauron was getting stronger and stronger. Very good. The demonic power accumulated in a short while was almost comparable to that of a middle-grade demon he killed in the Abyss Blood War. The mind flayer finally felt desperate. Because the racial talent was too high, it was difficult for the mind flayer to master high-grade spells after advancing into a spellcaster. Although they would become quite terrifying after advancing into a legendary spellcaster, if they had not crossed the threshold of legendary, the mind flayer still needed to use its natural ability to fight. This kind of mind control power had now been completely crushed by Sauron's powerful will. It's time to end this. Sauron realized that the experience gain had almost reached its limit. He raised his hand, and a flame whip appeared in his palm, and then directly entangled the mind flayer in front of him. The pathetic power of a spellcaster. It was almost impossible for the mind flayer to break free from the control of the flame whip. The terrible fire burned on its body, and a shrill scream immediately sounded over the Galumba arena. Sword form beheading. With a splash of blood, the hideous and ugly head of the mind flayer also flew up. Sauron glanced at the head that fell to the ground, and directly stepped on it, crushing it. The mind flayer was one of the creatures he hated the most. This kind of creature that sucked the brains of other creatures as food to improve its own strength was difficult to gain the favor of others. A row of data appeared in front of him. Creature level increased to 19. My ability has been improved. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. Flame body effect increased. Spell-like ability summon demon effect increased. Spell-like ability dominate demon effect increased. Flaming demon elite form advanced. Basic attributes have been improved. Energy mutation. Spell-like ability fireball has been increased to 5 times per day. Special insight. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent spell ability, blasphemous word. Ability insight. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent, weapon mastery, beheading sword. Ability insight. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent attack first. Just a little more. After slaying the mind flayer in front of him, Sauron realized that he was not too far away from evolving into a flame demon. If necessary, he could directly extract the power of the dragon crystal, and evolve into a flame demon. Dragon blood. He had to collect the dragon blood because even if he evolved into a flame demon, the dragon blood could provide him with additional strength and give him some bonuses. The dragon blood was like a strength potion to him. As long as there was enough dragon blood, he could continue to fight like a warrior, who consumed the giant strength potion and berserk potion. Sauron. Sauron. Beheader Sauron. As the last enemy was slain by Sauron, the demons in the audience cheered excitedly. Although this exciting battle of death involved many spectators, the entire battle greatly satisfied their chaotic nature. Without a doubt, Sauron's reputation would increase after this battle of death. Perhaps the nearby demons would know that a powerful, beheader flame demon had appeared in the Golumba arena. But, facing the cheers from the audience, Sauron had no intention of paying attention to them. He pounced on the corpse of the lava dragon in front of him, brandishing his sword and slicing its abdomen. This dragon probably couldn't be taken away by him. With the greedy nature of the goblins, it was impossible for them to let Sauron take it as a trophy. But, if he only collected some dragon blood, perhaps the goblins wouldn't dare to say anything. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.